Big news. I have some important news for you.
Interesting news.
It's Blake and Darren's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
K-Man's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Good morning, Sandy. Happy Friday.
Hello. It's the Friday show.
Very dramatic intro.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Hey, Blake, for some reason.
Morning, Sandy.
There you are. You're like Ryan. You're like the Ryan Seacrest of CMR.
What's going on around here?
Just pausing, waiting dramatically for that moment. We can hear you. Yes,
we can hear you.
How about now?
You're on. Go ahead, give us some news.
It's like a mystery. Go ahead. Hold on. I think I know why. Hold on. Blake? Oh, there you go. Okay. Oh, my goodness.
All right. We'll let you go.
We're ready for you.
Yes. Happy Friday. Headlines this morning include it's a big political day in the Cayman Islands. There is to be heard a vote of no confidence against the government. Proceedings start at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So we shall see. It would be surprising if it was successful. My apologies. But of course, in the world of politics, you don't count anything out.
So you're going to follow.
So they would need a number of individuals from the current government to side with them in the vote of no confidence in their own government. So
and you're going to be there live today?
We will be live streaming it. Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Interesting.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Expressing some condolences this morning to the family of Miss Jana Lee Clifford, who passed away. A lot of people will have known her over the years. Charles Clifford is her son. She's got, I think, a couple daughters and other children and grandchildren as well. She has worked tirelessly in the community with a number of different agencies and NPOs, including Education Services, Red Cross, Pink Ladies, NCVO, the Seafarers Association, and others. 90 years old. So,
Condolences, but sounds like she really gave back to the community.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So condolences to her family. The Department of Environment has confirmed that there was a video circulating over the weekend of people net fishing, and there were some questions about the legality of that particular video. So they've confirmed that in that instance, there was nothing. There was a lot of fish, and I think people were surprised at how much fish was actually involved. But the Department of Environment has confirmed that particular species of fish in the video, which is primarily yellow jack, are not a controlled or generally threatened species in the Cayman Islands. So yellow jacks and Google eyes are the only two species of fish allowed to be taken with a net license, because you do have to apparently get a net license.
Yeah.
So it was still crazy to see how much fish was involved, but there you
Sounds
have
like
it.
the fisherman knew what he was doing.
Yeah. There's a blue iguana conservation app that has been launched to monitor blue iguanas. So again, DOE is encouraging people through the Blue Iguana Conservation Program, which is actually managed by the National Trust of the Cayman Islands, to go and download the app. It's a citizen science mobile app called Iguana with an E.
No.
I get it. Yes, so it was developed in partnership with some local developers and funded via private donations and a Darwin Plus grant. And the app is free to download from the App Store or Google Play Store, and it's very easy to use. And essentially, it, I guess, lets people, know where these blue iguanas are at and finds out a bit of information on this endangered species. So in other news, a man appeared in court on Wednesday to be extradited back to the U.S. There was an extradition warrant for him, and he agreed. He actually signed off on it and agreed to go back voluntarily. Oreen Anthony Duncan, 39 years old, The state of Connecticut has said that he absconded when he was 18 years old from the state after sexually assaulting a 13-year-old child.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, him and another co-defendant. He went back to Jamaica, his country of origin, and he's been there since. And I understand he's traveled to other countries, but never back to the U.S. And so they eventually found out that he was working here in the Cayman Islands as a chef. And so they sent extradition papers for him, and he was nabbed.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's a wild story.
Where was he working?
Somewhere in the waterfront. I can't I never heard the exact location of employment, but somewhere in the waterfront. And he actually has a girlfriend here that he lives with in West Bay and everything. He just moved on with his life, really.
Jeez.
So pretty crazy. But the Department of Justice wants him back. And his co-accused, who was convicted at the time, he was 17. Duncan was 18 at the time of the incident. His co-accused actually received, I think it was 30-something years.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, it was kidnapping. It was first-degree sexual assault.
Yeah, how did he get here?
He just went back to Jamaica, and I guess we only require a police clearance from your last place of residence, so you can see how easy it is to eliminate places, right?
Huh.
Yeah, they might want to start doing some background checks. I'm sure if they probably Googled his name, it would have come up in the case notes, because his co-accused actually appealed his conviction unsuccessfully. So when you Google this guy's name, these cases come up because his name is mentioned as a defendant. And it said that, he absconded and left the jurisdiction.
Wow.
So that guy got 35 years in prison, suspended after 18 years. So he's got to serve 18 years, 10 years probation, and then he would face deportation. So, and this other guy has basically been on the run for like 20 years.
Wow.
Can't make this stuff up.
Wow.
But anyway, so those are some of your news headlines this Friday morning.
All right. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a
Check
good
out Sandy right now on Bobo 89.1.
All right, folks. Are we ready to go on Bobo? Yes, we are. Let's get it. Happy Friday. We got quite a show lined up for you guys this morning. Shocking, but stay tuned.
Peppermint, sorrel, ginger, fever grass, or English. Get it ready. Your morning tea just got hotter.
Ooh, honey child.
On the cold, hard truth. Bobo 89.1 and Cayman's #1 talk show are bringing you morning talk like no one else. Monday Rewind, Impact Wednesdays, Caribbean Connections, and much more. Don't miss a beat with what's happening in the local community. Just keep sipping your tea.
What a mess.
Here's your host, live and direct from the Cayman Islands, Sandy Hill.
You guys are doing well. I actually have a headache this morning. I woke up with a headache. But you know what? The show must go on. How many of you when you don't feel well, you still go to work? Well, it is what it is, folks. I am sitting this morning. I know you guys can't necessarily tell that, but I am sitting this morning because I feel like my energy is zero energy, and I got a headache and sore throat. I think it's just, again, this sinus thing is really just getting the best of me. And it would really help if I start getting some proper sleep. Every night I have good intentions to go to bed early, I tell you. I'm like, okay, let me hurry up, get Gianna to bed, do this, do that, and then I can be in bed by 10 o'clock. Honey, chill. It's like a pipe dream. Even if I'm in bed, I take the laptop to bed and I start working on stuff because, like this extradition story, I wanted to get that up. I really wanted to do it on Wednesday, but just so busy some days. And I am the one who's covering most of the court stuff. Although there is a hearing this morning that I'm hoping that they'll have the Zoom link available for. And then Renee can jump in and actually grab that story for us. But yeah, it's such a crazy story. You guys got to go read it. this guy, what's his name? Oreen Duncan, 39 years old, been living his best life for basically the better half of 20 years after he left Connecticut, where they allege that he sexually assaulted a 13-year-old child when he was 18 years old. The details, I mean, they spare no details in their court reporting. So we put the link in the story. Go and have a look. This was a 2002 assault case. And the minimum facts are they basically gave a young lady a ride and then proceeded to take her in some bushes and assault her in the car, despite the fact that she said at 13 that she did not want to do that. And it was 2 defendants, and both of them had their way with her. Very, very sad. Of course, we know a 13-year-old is not capable of consenting. This morning, we got quite a shocking story for you guys about a 16-year-old. So it's quite ironic because, children are so incredibly vulnerable. So listen, I know that we have a lot of young folks that listen to this program. This is going to be more of an adult conversation this morning. I had some little fans yesterday. I was at CIS and a parent said, "Oh my God, look, it's Sandy." And the kids were genuinely so excited. They were like, "Miss Sandy from the radio." They're like, "We listen to you every morning." I said, "Aw, so cute." But in some ways, maybe this isn't the morning for kids to be listening, because this is going to be, it's about protecting children. But, I feel like as long as we can, we let them believe that they live in a safe world, although they really don't. And it's our obligation as parents and aunts and uncles and adults to look out for all children, because when I tell you that you cannot trust anybody, there's like a predator lurking around the corner and you don't even know that they're a predator. The story that you're going to hear this morning is a perfect example of that. It's just shocking, unbelievable. So we're going to speak to a lady this morning in terms of what she has endured with a situation with a family member. And then we are going to, later on in the show, see what's going on at the LA. So we do have someone that's going to be stationed there, and we'll be pulling in the live stream, and we'll be bringing you blow-by-blow commentary on this vote of no motion against the government this morning. So make sure that you stay tuned for that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and kick off the conversation. So I don't even know how to begin this story. This is just so crazy. I think we just bring our guest on, and she's going to tell you guys exactly what happened. Good morning to Miss Vernita. Good morning to Olivia. Elizabeth is here joining us from Nicaragua. Marshall from North Carolina. Laverne Barnes, good morning to you. Dion is here. Thank you, Dion, for tuning in. Miss Daisy says buenos dias. Marshall's given his condolences to Miss Janalee Clifford's family. Says she was such a nice and friendly lady. Absolutely. Felicia, good morning. Wee. Irvin, good to see you. Richard is here joining us. And we've got Carmelie. Marshall says, go to bed without the laptop, phone, whatever else is a distraction. I know. I think tonight might be the night that I literally go to bed at 10 o'clock. It really might be, like, for real. I say that, and then you get a little tips of energy throughout the day, and you just keep going. But sleep is so important. Totally underrated. We all need more of it. So Miss Vernita sending her condolences to the Clifford family as well. Miss Beulah, good morning. John says we have an obligation and a responsibility. Absolutely. Maria joining us from Barbados. Siobhan is here. Nathan, good morning. Marlon joining us from Honduras. Wow. Good international crew this morning. Nikki is in Nairobi, Kenya. Nikki is vacationing all over the place. She was in Egypt recently. Now she's in Nairobi, Kenya. Wonderful. Miss Joy, so good to see you. Diamond Princess says happy Friday, everyone. And Omiria is also here saying TGIF, sipping cappuccino this morning. Oh, wow. Mess with you. Going all fancy on us on a Friday. Don't forget, folks, that today is Curry Chicken Friday at Waffle Monkeys. So please go out and grab your curry chicken for lunch. It is divine. If you've not tried it, I'm telling you that you are really, really missing out on a lot. And it's just the best thing to do on a Friday. Go and get your curry chicken. So, delicious and hits the spot. And you can have it with the best Colombian coffee. I think I might go today for lunch, actually. It is really good. All right. Mary also extending her, sorry, wrong message. I'm sure she's extending condolences as well. Robert, good morning. Irvin says, Andre Pupsito Stevens had you up last night. What a show that was. Yes, thank you so much. I caught a good deal of it. I was sharing it on our Facebook channel. And he was giving CMR a big shout out, honey chill. I appreciate that. Andre's in Jamaica, a very, very popular blogger there that talks about a lot of topical issues. And of course, yesterday, he was talking about how this man in Jamaica has managed to escape. You know, the one that we extradited from the Cayman Islands? Yeah. Somehow he managed to escape some lockup jail cell or something in Jamaica. And everybody is like, this is some kind of setup business. Seriously. They said, listen, he didn't just walk out of there without any help. So now the authorities in Jamaica claim that they've launched this big time investigation. And I'm thinking, wow, doesn't give us much faith that we get rid of them and send them back home. And then somehow you don't even manage to hold on to them. So it's interesting. I don't know, what the outcome will be for him. I suspect he might be a dead man walking because they're probably JDF officers who are like, listen, dude, we're not going to play with you. If we see you, there's definitely going to be a shootout. Really sad situation. He's probably trying to get off island. A lot of people like, child, he'll be coming back to the Cayman Islands. Maybe he's going to go to Haiti, Bermuda. They go to a lot of different countries as fugitives and, they are able to jump on a boat and get away. So keep an eye out for him, honey child. Yes, Miss Joyce said, I heard of a fugitive that was captured and came out and brought back to Jamaica. He had court on Thursday and escaped yesterday. It's the same person. Yes, same one. There's the link. I put the story link there for you so you can read it. Exact same guy. Wow. I mean, you think they would have had a little bit better security in place. He is charged with 2 murders, and they say that he escaped from the Kingston Central lockup overnight. Why is he still at the Kingston Central lockup all this time? Anyway, they say that he was allowed time out of the maximum security section of the lockup in the morning to carry out the usual morning routine for inmates, which includes going to the bathroom. And then by the time they did a 6:30 a.m. check, he was nowhere to be found. They believe he escaped through a cut vent. So Joy says he might be going to Mexico? Really? That's a long ways to go, and he can probably get to Haiti in a hurry. Anyway, folks, let's go ahead and welcome our guests into the program. So, of course, I want everyone to know that this is a very sensitive conversation this morning. And this lady is going to be telling us her story and what she says is a situation where her 16-year-old family member was taken advantage of by a man. So we'll walk through the questions. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
I am okay.
So let's just inform people kind of how we got where we are. You contacted me yesterday morning after the show, being quite distraught about a situation. And so, you're going to basically repeat everything you told me, I suppose. But let's start at the beginning about the individual that you allege took advantage of a 16-year-old, and then we'll talk about exactly what transpired. So how do you know this person?
The individual is the father of my 2-year-old child.
Right. So at some point you had a relationship with this man.
Yes.
As the father of your child.
Yes.
How long were you in a relationship with him for?
I will say a year.
Wow.
Everything fell apart when I found out that I was pregnant.
That seems to be a common story. So these men want relationships, and obviously they're having unprotected sex. Oh, 1 second. They're saying that they can't hear you. Give me 1 second. Let me just try to make some adjustments here to see why they're not hearing you. Okay. Let's try that again, folks. Let me know now. Go ahead and just speak again. Let me see if they can hear you.
Good morning.
All right. So, folks, thanks, Jessica, Denise, and others. Ms. Hope, let me know if you can hear her now. Made a slight adjustment so that hopefully you can hear her. Just go ahead and speak again for me.
Hello.
Yeah, I think it's I'm still not. Can anybody hear that? We can now, but it's faint. All right, let me put my sliders up. Want to make sure that everybody can hear you. Speak once more for me, honey.
Hello. Good morning.
All right, so just try to keep your voice up because I think your voice might be coming in a little bit low.
Okay.
Yeah, so just speak loudly for me. All right. So I think she can now be heard. So I was just saying, you called me yesterday, and just repeat what you said in terms of how you know this individual.
Well, the individual is the father of my 2-year-old child.
Mm-hmm. And you were with him for a year? You were in a relationship for a year?
Yes.
All right. And you said that that particular relationship fell apart once you got pregnant. So this was a situation where he was in it for the fun, but not in it for the responsibility of having a child?
I guess so.
Lord have mercy. What a conundrum. All right. So, what did he support you during the pregnancy at all, or as soon as he found out that you were pregnant?
No, I had to take him to court for child maintenance once the baby was born.
Right. So he made it very clear from the beginning of the pregnancy he was not interested in having.
He actually, because we had a lot of drama and stuff going on, his intention was for me to keep quiet, and I did not keep quiet about the situation. So he refuses not to do anything for the child. So I just waited until the child was born so I could take action against him. So
now, when you say keep quiet, explain to me what does that mean? Keep quiet from who? Like, I mean, you don't normally hide babies, but
at the time when I got pregnant, when I met him, he didn't acknowledge that he was married. And at the time when I was pregnant, I found out that he was married and so forth, and I told him that I was going to talk everything. So because of that altercation, he wanted to be the good guy and to make me seem like the bad person. So he did a lot of outrageous stuff. I did a lot of outrageous stuff too, but he did a lot of stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he was married and didn't bother to tell you about it.
Yeah.
Gosh, does that story sound familiar? Okay, so you have the child, you take him to court, maintenance. Do you start to have a better relationship with this man? Are you in friendly terms with him?
No, we don't have any relationship as it regards speaking or anything like that, because he's not the type of person who you can speak to and have a co-parenting conversation. You will try to have a co-parent conversation with him, and then you will try to twist the situation and like encourage then he used to like to encourage his wife to get me off the island and so forth. So I used to try to avoid staying away from him. So we don't have a good relationship as it regards to that. He and my mom normally do have a relationship, like communicate now and then, but if he don't call, my mom don't call. If he called, my mom will answer. As I said, because my mom used to be the one caring for the child.
Okay. So sometimes he feels like seeing the child?
The child, to be honest, the child is afraid of him, because the child has been here for like the past two months, And each time he comes around the child, she like literally cried and scared.
It's a female child?
Yeah, she's a female. So I wouldn't say he and the child have a good relationship. He's saying, he told individual that I am the reason why the child doesn't like him, and I don't see how I can convince a 2-year-old not to like her father.
Wow. Well, I guess if she doesn't even know him, because the child is primarily kept in Jamaica then.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, children, if they don't know a person, they probably, they can be afraid of them. There might be something else why she's not into him.
But he's the only one that she's afraid of.
Yeah, that's interesting. Children have a little sixth sense about them too. Okay, so he's from where? Where's your baby father from?
He's originally from Jamaica, but he lives and works here.
Okay, and who's he married to? A lady from Cayman, from Jamaica?
Cayman.
So he's married to a Caymanian.
Yes.
Do they have any children, that relationship?
Yes.
Okay.
My daughter has a good relationship with her siblings.
Right.
As I said, the mother of the child she tries for the siblings to have a good relationship.
You mean his wife?
Yeah.
Are they still married?
Well, she says his ex-wife, so I don't want her to feel uncomfortable about the situation. So
okay. All right.
We have a good relationship as it regards to the child. We try to let the kids know each other, know that they're siblings and so forth. She's a genuinely nice person.
Yes. Wow. So she got mixed up with him. Anyway, I don't suppose he works at the prison, does he? I'm just joking.
No.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah.
Right. So you have this child with him. Fast forward now, the child is 2 years old. And tell me why you decided to call yesterday. What's the situation?
So basically, when I heard about the situation of what went down, I went to confront him about the situation.
All right, but let's back up about what actually went down, right?
Okay, so basically, I decided that I wanted to see my kids for the summer holiday because my boss, they weren't going to be here, so I had time to spend with them. So I sent for my kids, and I also had a little cousin that I wanted to give the experience because her mom takes genuinely good care of my kids. So I said, okay, I'm going to give her the experience. However, I went to Jamaica for a day to go and collect my kids and bring them back up the other day because they would have given her trouble to bring the kids because they said that a minor cannot carry two minors. So, and then she took the vaccine late where she had to wait 15 days so that she could be able to travel because she didn't have an immediate family here because they don't consider auntie as immediate family. However,
and how old is this young lady?
She's 16 years old.
Right. When did she turn 16?
On the 3rd of December last year.
Okay. All right. So you have a 16-year-old family member, who lives and resides in Jamaica, and you wanted her to come and help out with your baby when the baby came for the summer.
Yes, because she and my kids live in the same household in Jamaica.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you make arrangements for her to come.
Yes.
When did she come to Cayman?
She arrived on the island on the 12th of July.
Okay.
So upon the arrival, I went to pick her up from the airport, and my mom was home with my 2 kids. So when I reached home, my daughter's father was there. No, when I reached home and we went inside little after my daughter's father came to the house to visit his daughter. So we were all in the kitchen because it's a small 1-bedroom apartment. So the kitchen is the entrance to go to the bedroom. So we were all in the kitchen sorting out the suitcases and so forth. So my mom said to him that this is my niece. She is the one that is in Jamaica. Her mom is the one that look after your daughter, and she's 16. So he said, oh, okay. So my mom says, she here for the holiday and she like to have fun, So if sometime when you're going on the boat, you can bring her with you because she said she wants to go on a boat party. So I said, okay, no problem. So said and done, he's there. He made much of the baby and then he went away. So on I think, I don't remember the day that they keep the Jamaica party here. I think sometime in August. I went and picked up my mom from work and both my two kids and her in the car. While driving, we were at Lion Center going up to the parking lot where all the vehicles were, and my mom saw him. So my mom said to the baby, "See your father there?" So my mom shouted at him and he said us to pull over. So we pull over and stop and having a conversation. Not me, but my mom having a conversation with him.
Mm-hmm.
However, my mom says, "You're going to be on the road tonight," and he said yes. So my mom says, "I am not going on the road." I said, "I am tired. So would you be okay to bring her with you to let her have some fun?" He said, "Yeah, sure, no problem. Let her go and get dressed."
Now, let me just pause you right there, honey. How old is this man?
He's 30 now. He just recently turned 30.
So he was 29 at the time.
No, he was 30 at the
he was 30 at the time.
No, he was 29 at the time because his birthday was in September after they went down. So he was 29 at the time.
So your mom, the 16-year-old comes to Cayman and your mom sees him and says, "Oh, she wants to have a little bit of fun while she's here. We trust you to take a 16-year-old out that you don't even know."
Yeah, we trusted him because obviously I have a child for him. So he has a daughter. So it's not, even though we have our differences, I don't have a bad intention of him saying that he's a pervert or a pedophile. I trust him. We just have our differences because man is going to always be man. They're always going to fix things for things to look pretty on their side. So I trusted him. It's not like he's a stranger that we don't know or anything. I have a child for him. So he came, he picked her up, they went out, he bring her back home. She was in one piece. So I think I was at work one day in August, and the soon to be ex-wife called me and she said to me that, that I don't know if I should call his name or what.
Not yet. Let's call him X for
Tom.
now.
I'm gonna call him Tom.
Tom, right.
You know that Tom
Kingston.
That Tom is praying over your little cousin. I said, "You wouldn't be so crazy." She said, "Yeah, he telling me that how she's sexy than you, she pretty than you." So I turned to her and said, "She's gonna be sexy than me."
So hold on. This man, Tom Kingston, is what we'll call him for now.
Yeah.
We'll name him a little bit later on in the program because we got receipts, people.
Yeah.
He's telling his soon-to-be ex-wife that your 16-year-old family member is sexy.
Yes.
And his wife didn't box him down for even making such a comment?
To be honest, she's drifting herself, so I wouldn't blame her for not boxing because it's like she has to communicate with him. They have a child together.
Yeah.
So it's not like she was okay with him.
But you can see how he has some audacity for even since, like, something gotta be wrong with him. Like, if you're gonna lust after a 16-year-old big man like him, you certainly wouldn't be telling your soon-to-be ex-wife or any woman that. He seems to have a lot of nerve. But anyway, continue the story.
So I said, she's going to be pretty. I mean, she's going to be sexy than me because she's young. I have 2 kids. And that's the reason why I tell her that I'm going to do my body. That's exactly what I said to her. I said, anyways, I will call her and ask her about it and call you back. My mom was outside. So I called my mom and I said it to my mom. My mom said, it wouldn't be crazy. And him know your mother. That's exactly what my mom said. Anyways, I called her and I said, I'm going to ask you a question, but it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but you don't need to lie to me. I said to her that, has he ever touched you in any form of way to make you feel uncomfortable? Have you ever tried to put arguments to you about trying to have a relationship with you or anything like that? She said, no. I said, okay. So I called her back and I told her, I talked to her and she said that nothing like that never happened. She said, okay, but I'm just letting you know. I have to say, brother man, are you crazy? That's a little girl. That's what she said. She replied to him and said. Anyways, I leave it at that. That's said and done. So I'm trying to not forget anything or leave out anything. So one day now, I think it's Tuesday, I was at work. So she called me and said that she has some disturbing message to send to my phone.
Who is she? Who is she?
The wife, soon to be ex-wife.
Okay, all right.
She has some disturbing message to send to my phone about my little cousin Anton Kingston. So I said, okay, fine, send them to me. Anyway, she sent them to me on Instagram because she got the message on Instagram. So she sent them to me on Instagram, but she called me directly. So while I opened the message, I'm like in shock. So when I opened the message, I saw the Instagram name. So I said, no, man, this is the female that he's living with now, mate, this fake page. So I called her back and I said, you don't know who made this fake page? So I called individual name and she said, oh, I was thinking about it, because she called me on a private number, So I said, anyways, I'm going to get to the bottom of it. So I texted the number on Instagram and I said, I know who it is, and the person responds and said, who it is. So I called the person name. So she gave out and said, yes, girl. And there's a lot more, but him delete some of them out of my phone. So I said, you know that something like this was going on, and you know that she's an underage child, and you didn't have the guts to tell me about it. I said, you're just as bad as him because you're there living with him, and you know that he had an unprotected sex with a 16-year-old child. I said, it doesn't matter. He know that she's 16. We trusted him that much to send her out with him, and he influenced her to have sex with her. Because I wouldn't say he raped her. I wouldn't say he raped her, but he took advantage of her. She's like, I don't want to get involved. I said, you're already involved.
So hold on. His current girlfriend becomes aware of the fact that he had allegedly some sort of relationship with a 16-year-old.
Yes.
And she sends you what she says is evidence.
She said she could have found me on social media, so she send it to the soon-to-be ex-wife to send it to me so I can get it. So she's saying, I don't want to get involved in it because they know that I'm going to get furious and get crazy now. So I said, you're already involved, because if you didn't want to get involved, you wouldn't send the message so that I could get them, and I get them, so I need your attention. I need you to tell me what the hell is going on. So she's saying, like, why you cussing me? Why you cussing me? You should have glad that I tell you. I said, what am I supposed to be glad about of this situation? She's like, what you want me to do? What you want me to do? You want me to kill him in his sleep? You want me to cuss him out? I said, no, I cannot tell you what to do with him. But you're there, you're living with him. You seem comfortable about the situation. The only reason why you let me be aware of the situation is maybe because you're hurt that somebody may try to take your place. And I'm just sad about the situation. I'm just sad about the situation that it has to be my family member that he took advantage of to prove a point. So she's like, I already told you what it is. I already told you what it is. So I decided that, I said, where is he? She's like hesitating, don't want to tell me where it is. So I drove my car around where I know they live, because I thought I didn't know where they live. So I drove the car around where they live. I saw his car. I saw his both cars parked there. So I know that he was there. She's like telling me she's at work. So I said, where do you work? Because I want to confront her, because I want to get to the bottom of it. She's like, she didn't respond telling me where I work. So I went around her workplace and I asked where she is. They said that she's sick. She didn't come in. So she was at home. He know that he did something wrong. So he's at home. He's not coming on the road. Because he know that if he come on the road, he think I'm going to see him and fight him. But I told myself this time, if I do confront him, I won't fight him. Because I'm not going to put myself in trouble for him. Anyways, she didn't want to give me an answer. So I woke up out of my bed from 4 o'clock in the morning. And I drove around the location and I parked my car and I sit in the car and I waited and I waited and I waited because I know he has to go to work. While waiting, because I know he has to reach work 8 o'clock, so I sit there until 7:30. 7:30 now, I saw him come out and he looked and then he went across the road, because he doesn't park his car exactly at the house that he is staying, because he doesn't want people know that is where he's living. He's still trying to be the good guy. Anyways, I saw him went in the car because I was thinking that I was going to go to his workplace and confront him. So I was so anxious, like I can't wait for him to go to the workplace. I'm going to confront him now. So I turned on my car and I drove down my car on him, and it was like slamming with the car. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. So I drove down the car on him, and I opened the door and I jump out. And I said to him, hold
on a second. Let me pause the story there 1 second. You got these messages. Did you have a second follow-up conversation with the 16-year-old?
Yes, I did. I called the mother. And I called the mother and I told her that I have something to tell her. And when I told her, she was in shock. She started to cuss. She even started to blaming me and my mom that we are at fault of the situation. And that makes me think that I don't see how I can be at fault with this situation when we trusted him to take her out. Let you have a little fun time because it's a summer holiday. And we didn't expect of him to do something like that. So by talking to the mother, the little girl arrived from school. The mother confronted her and asked her about the situation. She started to cry and said, yes, it happened. So she did admit the fact that it happened.
Right. What details did she provide, if any?
She exactly said that he had sex with her. She said that the first time he pulled her down, he did not take off her clothes and he pushed his dick inside of her without a condom.
Be careful with the language.
He put his pee inside of her without a condom. And the second time he took her clothes off.
And where are they having these sexual relations? Is he taking her back to his place or what is this?
Well, the girlfriend, I'm going to get to the part where the girlfriend told me exactly where it happened.
Okay, all right.
I didn't know.
So your family member, 16 years old, she had gone back to Jamaica at this point.
She's gone back to Jamaica.
The first conversation you had with her, she denied anything was going on. By the second conversation now, when you had concrete evidence messages, she finally admits to her mother and you.
And me on the phone.
There were at least 2 instances of basically sexual contact with her.
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did he go out with her?
I think it is about 5 times because she eventually didn't want to go out with him anymore. She's like asking me, are you going on the road? Let's go on the road. So I said, why, ask him to bring it? She said no. So I realized that she didn't want to go anywhere with him anymore. So I didn't force her to go anywhere with him. The last 2 times that she went out here, I was the one who took her out. So I still wasn't looking at anything like something was going on. And probably she didn't want to tell me because I'm not thinking of him as that type of person.
My God.
Because remember, he's the father of my child. She's not a stranger. He knows her very well and he knows her age group. It's not like he knows that she's 20 or he met her on a...
Now, when you say he knows her very well, he hadn't met her before?
No, he hasn't met her before. No, he hasn't met her before.
So he knew of her?
He knew of her because she's living with this in the same household as his daughter.
In Jamaica?
Yes.
Well, clearly these men don't care, but go on.
So while I was at the location and I confronted him, I said, how do you feel knowing that you have inappropriate sex with a 16-year-old? You took advantage of her. You know that she's young and she's vulnerable. It doesn't matter. You're an adult. And if it's the case that she seems to be leading you on, because I'm not trying to put all the blames on one person. I'm trying to be civilized in the conversation. You as an adult should have stepped up and said something about it. You did not do anything about it. You had sex with her and knowing that she's 16 years old. And he went to his car and he took out a cutlass and he was like, I said, brother man, I don't come around here to fight you because if I came around here to fight you, I'll just use my car and lick you down and I'm not afraid of you. Anyways, we went inside the house and I was like cursing. The girl, she now went out and she came with a smile on her face and having her hand full. She's like, why are you making up noise? He's going to come out and talk to you. I said, what in the hell is he going to come out and talk to me about? What is going to change the situation of what he has done? And I said, you have the nerves to come out here and tell me. I said, why did you send me the message in the first place? Because you know this is how I'm going to behave. And yet still, you're there with him. You are not telling me that he has done something wrong and you coming up. I said, girl, bet you go inside before me and you have something here. Anyway, she went inside and I was out there talking to a gentleman and he was like, he's wrong. He did something wrong. It's not like he didn't know her age or anything. Anyways, he came back because he put on his work clothes and he came back outside and something. And I was still like, brother man, you don't have any heart? You don't have any nerves? He turned around and he put a smile on his face and he said, yes, I F her. And you guys are wrong to send her out with me for her dressing like that.
Lord
I said, and that's what he told the man in the car. I said, really? That's your excuse to have sex with a 16-year-old and based on how she is dressed? And you know her age, you're an adult, and you know exactly what you were doing. You should have said something. You should not have touched her. And he went in his car and drove off, and I drove off.
Wow.
So he didn't have while I drove off.
So he finally admitted then what he had done.
And the girlfriend,
so,
she was
so crude with it as well.
Exactly. And the girlfriend was like, he didn't own it up to me. And why? Because he was there. She's praying like she's on his side. So when I drove off and I sit down and I was like trying to clear my head, trying to say this is not real. She was texting me on Instagram and I said, girl, listen, I really don't want to hear what you have to say. Because I said, don't you have a sister? Don't you have a mother? Don't you have nieces, cousins that are girls? Would you have liked him to do something like that? I said, I could have my daughter in the house and he molested my daughter. I said, you could have your daughter in the house and gone to work and saying, oh, I left her with my boyfriend and he had done the same. She's like, girl, she called me and she's like, girl, I understand because if I could have bring my niece here and he have done the same. I said, you don't understand nothing. Why when he's there, you are not talking about? Because you know he's at work, you're calling me, time to justify yourself. So she's saying that, well, he said to me, you see what you have done? I can go prison for this. She said, well, you're lucky. You did it to yourself. You man up to it. So she said to me that she asked him about it and he admitted and said yes, because she was at the party winding up herself and his pee got standing up and he couldn't resist himself. So he left the party with her and took her to a place called Back Road and had sex with her. I don't know where.
K-Man, hold on a second. I mean, I don't know about this, but K-Man has a Back Road?
I don't know. I'm surprised. And she's even saying that she is surprised of certain things I'm saying, because she said he told her that he met her on the road and he found out that she was my cousin. So because he didn't want me to see him with her, he took her to parties up in Bardentown way. That's the reason why people told her that he saw him with girl at Bardentown. I said, he's lying. We introduced the little girl to him, so he know exactly who the little girl is. So she's saying that I am the one who will let her know that was the case and not him meeting her randomly on the street.
All right, let's pause the story there. So, of course, we have a lot of comments. And this was the first question I asked you yesterday, and I think it's a fair question. Everybody is like, why would you send a 16-year-old with a man who was a complete stranger to her? But you're saying that you trusted him because you have a child with him?
Yes.
But he already had proven to you that he's a person who lies and would cheat on his wife.
No,
you never
man lies to cheat. Man lies to get other female. That's totally a different. You have lots of men that tell lies to get female who is not a sex predator. Yeah. And they just want to have multiple women. So it's not a case that he lies to me about not being married and not having females. No. Because other men do that respect young girl that know a child is a child and they will not go where a child is and touch a child. I've never seen him as a man that would have been with a 16-year-old. I'm seeing him with a man who will go to the bar, meet a bartender, have sex with the bartender, go on the road, meet a girl, have sex with a girl, which is an adult, which has consent, which is okay having a relationship with him, or may seems that they're going to have a relationship with him. I don't see him as a man having sex with a 16-year-old. No, I've never seen that impression of him. I know that he's wild and he loves female and he loves.
Mm-hmm. So someone has informed me that apparently down by Lookout Gardens is the castles of Back Road. So there you go, folks. If you never knew that Cayman had a back road, apparently Back Road is a reference for where like Back Road in Jamaica is where men will go and pick up basically, I guess, prostitutes, and they can have sex on the road. I mean, I can't give you all the details because I've never really, I don't know much about the back road, but that's the best way I can explain it, I think. What a mess.
And yes, guys, I have done that. I just have to.
All right, so hold on. Yeah, we're gonna get to the authorities here in a second. So let's go through some of these messages, right? So we have messages here starting around August the 15th. And I've tried to kind of put them in order. So these messages are between who?
Huh?
Who are these messages between?
Him and her.
Him and the 16-year-old.
Yeah.
And she's in which color? The green or the white?
The phone is his phone. So the girlfriend took the picture with her phone of the conversation. So the phone is him. So he would be the green one.
He's in green.
Yeah.
So we see she messages him at 12:59 in the morning saying A, and he says at 1:13 I'm home. And then he says, what's up? And she says, nothing. You okay? And she says, yes. How about you? Yeah, I'm fine. Just here chilling. Oh, what does YWD mean? What you doing?
Yeah.
And then she says LYD. What is LYD?
Lay down.
Okay. Oh, these messages. And he says, okay. She says, yeah. I mean, I don't even know what a 29-year-old man would find attractive about a 16-year-old child in more ways than one. Because even the conversation, I mean, what the hell are you going to be talking about? But I guess he doesn't necessarily need a whole lot of conversation. So he says, he then responds back and says, good morning, you busy? What do your phone? And she says, nothing do my phone. Me can hardly hear where you say. Look like they were exchanging voice notes. And then she says, look so, because I mean, I hear nothing. Okay, I'm home. What's up? So the conversation, they are texting each other. He at one point says, babe, you good? She says, yeah, I'm okay. He sends her a little kissing emoji and she just smiles. And then he says, what's up? She says, nothing. And then he says, you miss me. She says, what you think? And he says, I don't know. You tell me. And she says, yes, I guess. And then says, you. And he says, yes, I do miss you, babe. And she smiles. I think that's what that is, and says, okay. So this is conversations between them. At one point, he's like, what are you doing? She's watching a movie, talking about how he just got a haircut. She says, okay, handsome. And then does he say why deleting the message?
Yeah.
And then she says, me know you did go ask me this, made a mistake, so I delete it. So he says, okay, then. So this is just the two of them having conversations. Nothing too, I mean, there's really nothing out of the way here yet. And this is him asking, you want us to go out? But this is when she's in Jamaica?
No, here, because all of those are like in August.
So this is when she was here?
Yes.
Okay. So he's messaging her saying, what's up? She says, they're here, boring. You want us to go out? Yeah, but where? I'll see if I can get a car. So he doesn't normally have a car?
I think he
says his car just
today.
free.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What a mess. And then He says the car needs to dry. So, obviously they were conversing with each other.
Yeah, and you make it seems like you would be called there to check up on the child, on the baby.
Yeah. And this is an interesting point that she says. At one point he says, I can't stop thinking about you. And she says, really? He says, yes. To be honest, there's something really special about you. And she says, what's so special about me? I would love to know. And then he says, you're the last person I think of before going to bed, I guess, going to sleep at night. And the first person I think of when I wake up in the morning. And this is a man who has a girlfriend and soon to be ex-wife and a baby mama. And then she says, you really think about me that much? And he says, all of this is true. And yes, hun. And she says, really? Because he says, what do you say? More while we could approve a point, but me just hold my composure. And he says, yeah. She says, well, I can say I'm not surprised, but I know what will happen. And then he says, that has nothing to do with us. What do you think she meant by what will happen?
Because I think she told him to leave her alone. I don't know, but it's somewhere in the message.
And then he says, that's have nothing to do with us. Why no reply? And she says, I hope so. And he keeps asking, where are you? She says, Newlands. Who and you home? Just me and the baby. Then he says, I'm coming over. And she says, okay. And then he kept messaging her. So he was going over to her residence, whoever she was staying with here in Newlands.
That was where we live.
So she was home by herself with the baby. And did he ever go over there?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm just hearing about that. Say he will call to find out if she's there by herself. That's what the girlfriend said. If she and the kids are there.
All right. So what have you discovered in terms of where he was linking up with the 16-year-old child? Where was he having relations with the 16-year-old? You said the girlfriend was able to give you more information?
No, the girlfriend just told me that he confessed it to her and how that it happened as well.
All right. So a lot of people just are curious about why a 16-year-old. People are not understanding.
They're not understanding.
Why you trusted him, to be honest, with a 16-year-old.
They're not understanding.
Yes. Where exactly was he taking her? What places was he taking a 16-year-old?
The Jamaica party that kept the day. I don't remember the day when the Jamaica party kept, but they keep it at Lion Center.
So he took her to a party that I'm assuming there would have been alcohol and stuff at?
Yes. I took her on boat, but I didn't took at the boat that we went on is like go to Stingray and those stuffs. That's the boat that she wanted to go on. Not a Sunday boat cruise.
Okay. So when you find out, what do you do then after he finally tells you in a very rude way what he has done with this? Most of us still see a 16-year-old as a child, to be honest. So what did you then do?
To be honest, when he said so to me, I was like furious because I know that I'm going to get myself in trouble. But because I already made the report already and everything, I didn't want to have my have the situation escalated where it seems like I am a troublemaker. So I went to my car.
Reports? You said you've made reports. Which reports are you referring to?
As to the police station.
All right. So when did you go to the police station?
The same day that I got the message.
Okay. And you reported to the police. What did the police say to you? Because technically she's 16, which is the age of consent. is 16. So what did the police say to you at that time? Hello? Uh-oh, there you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was asking, what did the police say to you at the time that you made the report? Because technically 16 is the age of consent.
Could you repeat that for me, please?
Yeah, I'm just asking, when you reported it to the police, what did the police say to you?
They said that a crime was committed. Even though she's not here and he's here, he was well aware of our age. And because when I went to make the report, I was hesitant on how to make the report, because just as though the comments coming in, persons blaming, said that that I am to be blamed of the situation, I was very hesitant. But I know it's not right, and I know that something wrong has been done, and I don't want to feel like I was upholding with the situationship. So I called the station and I asked, and they said there is nothing for you to be ashamed of to making a report, or saying that you uphold with the situation. A crime was committed. So just come to the station and make the report. And I did exactly so.
And at this point, she was already back in Jamaica?
Yes.
Now, in yesterday's conversation, you made mention of her getting pregnant. Did she actually get pregnant?
I'm not really sure of that. That was what the girlfriend said. I can't prove it, as I know she's on her menstrual, so I cannot prove that. I won't say that happened because I don't have no proof about that.
Okay. Wow. So the police believe that a crime has been committed.
Yes.
I'm not sure about that because she was 16, but it is really disturbing that, again, even if she's technically 16 years old, what on earth would a man find, a 29-year-old, 30-year-old man find interesting in a 16-year-old?
It's very disgusting, because even though we had our differences, my family didn't get involved in the situation as to envy him, because they know that we have a child together. He has a relationship with my father. He will see my father. He will call to my father. He has a relationship with my mother. He will see he will call my mother, and so forth. Even before the kids arrive here for holiday, he used to come and talk to my mother and check my mother. So it's not like he is somebody that the family envy or anything. Me and him have the differences. The family doesn't have a difference with him. We have to solve that issue. So it's not like he's away from the family and he's like a total stranger. No, that is not the case. Everybody treat him with respect. They didn't shun him in any way or let he seems like a bad person in any sort of that. Even when me and him have the altercation up and down, no, they never tried to get involved with that. So nobody expect him to be that type of person. I'm not saying that she isn't wrong in the situation, but you know that she's 16, she's vulnerable. You took advantage of her.
Yeah, I see a lot of comments coming in. I'm going to read some of those in a second, but let me say this, because I think that this needs to be said. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted you to share this story, because I'm very much aware that she is 16. And I think parents need to be vigilant. This is a perfect example of how you need to trust no one, and you need to be vigilant, parents. A 16-year-old does not have the experiences in life that a 29 or 30-year-old man or woman has. And so despite the fact that this might not be an underage child, she is barely of age. And this is a man who looks like he's manipulated women his own age. What do you think he is going to do to a 16-year-old child? In my mind, she is still a child, regardless of what the law says. And so his behavior, knowing the family connection, knowing that this is a little girl, basically, who helps to babysit and takes care of his own child, who was here for a couple weeks just visiting over the summer holidays, to take advantage of her in the way that he did, in my mind, makes him a predator. Now, He's not the kind of predator that the courts may or may not do. They may not have a choice. You know, it's not like she necessarily said no. I mean, I don't know the details of the first time because apparently he didn't even bother to take her clothes off.
Maybe he gave her alcohol and she was under the influence of alcohol. We all know teenagers that
he gave her alcohol.
I said,
this
maybe
is a man
that's
who's
the
preying
case.
on the child, and I am concerned when people try to blame a 16-year-old, because I do not think that as a 16-year-old child, she has the world knowledge to understand that to her, this man just sees her, to him, my apologies, she is just a piece of meat and another one for him to chalk up on the headboard sort of a situation. He has no feelings for her. He's saying those little bits and pieces, but he can't stop thinking about her, because in the mind of a 16-year-old who's so easy to manipulate, that is going to make a difference. And so he's saying those things so that it's going to be easier for him to have sexual relations with her. This man is a predator, no matter how you slice it. And this also begs the question as to why in this jurisdiction is the age of consent even 16? I think the government needs to look at making the age of consent higher. These men love to prey on either underage or barely of age children. Now, I also think, caller, that you, for whatever reason, was naive in trusting this man. I don't think that he's given you throughout your own relationship. Now, I know you said, your differences are different, and I understand the point. And this is why I think shows like this are important. People do not trust men with your children. Even some women, you can't trust them with your children. This is reminiscent of another story several years ago where a local DJ was accused of taking advantage of a girl. She had lost about 2 hours of her night and can't recall what happened, but woke up having vaginal pain and other things that indicated he had had intercourse with her without her consent. They will apply and it was the same situation over months and months and months. He was there telling the mother, she was from overseas. He was there telling the mom, I'm going to be there for her. I'll look out for her. Don't worry. If she goes out, you can trust me. I'm like a big brother. So yes, the family, her brothers, her mother was thinking, oh yeah, DJ so-and-so, he's cool. He's going to keep an eye out and make sure that nobody takes advantage of her. And he was just waiting for the perfect opportunity to do it himself.
But Ms. Sandra,
listen,
they're saying that I am to be blamed to sending her. Remember, I have 2 daughters, I could have just the same trusted him to leave his daughter and my daughter, which is not his. And
now you should never,
and he would have done
shouldn't
the same
trust
thing.
him or any other man.
Remember, I have a child for him, So I could have said, I need you to watch your daughter and also watch my daughter. I'm going to go somewhere and come back. He would have took advantage of my daughter if she's the age.
Now you know that this man cannot be trusted with any child, whether they're of age or not. I would not even trust him with his own child, truth be known.
No, I know the type of person he is now. No, I know that it's definitely, you can't trust man, none at all. And the good have to be just suffer. And that should not be the case. That should not be the case, that you cannot trust a father, a stepfather, a husband, a uncle with your child. That should not be the case. They are man, and they're supposed to look after them.
Yeah, listen to me.
Them.
It is unfortunate, but this is the world that we live in, where you can't even trust your child to go on a play date. And if there's a man around the place, sometimes it's not even like the primary person, but a neighbor comes over and next thing you know, they've done something to your child. I want the people in the Cayman Islands to understand me very, very clearly. I sit in a lot of these cases and I hear sometimes it is a split second. An opportunist, that's what these people are. They will take advantage of these little children from the youngest of ages. Oh, he came from next door, or he lived in a shared house. Next thing you know, he's fondling the child or he's doing worse. Do not let your children out of your sight. When you take them over to their cousins' homes and aunts and uncles, even older children cannot be trusted with your children, because 25%, 1/4 of all child molestation is child on child. So it's a 5-year-old being fondled by a 10, 12-year-old or worse. I want the Caymanian people to wake up. This is the reality of the world that we live in. I can't help but think about.
And probably, Miss Sandra, when we relieve the person names, a lot of probably people, if they're honest enough, probably people will come out and said, well, he's probably people know him or something, but I never see him as that type of person. But probably other people will see him as that type of person. But I never see him as that, and I'm not the one to judge somebody. You understand? I don't like him, period, and he doesn't like me, period. But I know why he doesn't like me, and he know why he doesn't like me. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But as for me to, by looking at them and say they're a predator, I cannot do that because I can wrongfully accuse someone.
Wow. I think that people, I think we should all be calling on our elected officials to increase the age of consent. But for people like this man, he's just predatory. So, as parents, we have to do our utmost best to not trust. I don't think he had done anything before to earn your trust. I know you said, despite you having your differences, you never expected this of him. And that's the lesson right there.
He has a daughter. How would he feel if somebody took advantage of his child? He would have got furious. You understand?
Listen, you don't, but this is the problem now. You don't know what he's doing with his daughter from what he's not doing. Do not assume.
He's not around. The baby, she's young, so.
Well, listen, don't assume that you know anything about these people. This is the point that I want to get across, right? You cannot make assumptions about any man or woman out there. You can't swear for nobody. Don't put your neck on the chopping block. And when it comes to protecting our children, we have to do so with a degree of vigilance. We have a caller calling into the program. Good morning, caller, and welcome to the Cold Hard Truth.
Hello.
Yes, morning.
Sandra, good morning. Yeah, this is Darlene from Zanari. These things is real things that irks me.
Mm-hmm.
Lady need to be quiet because for what I see, she was negligent and slapped to let her 16-year-old go. First, she mentioned boat ride. What is a 16-year-old doing on an adult boat ride? What is a 16-year-old doing where she could be exposed to these type of men? It is not a little baby party, is it?
I didn't say she went on an adult boat ride.
Yeah, she didn't say an adult boat ride.
Well,
she clarified that it was
she went
not.
on a boat ride.
Whatever.
Stingray and those sorts. Stingray boat ride is not an adult boat ride.
Need to make judgment. We as adults need to make the judgment for our children, especially our girls. The boys are vulnerable, especially our girls. So encourage her to come up and listen. Children, your 16-year-old may be different from my 16-year-old. You have to know. You have to make those judgments for them. Yes,
so basically, I should have shut my mouth and be shame about the situation and not talk about the situation.
Why you don't just be quiet and let me talk to you on all morning? Because right now I am upset.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, Sandra, what I'm saying is this. You may have a child that is exposed to certain things, so they know how to handle themselves, right? Mm-hmm. You may have a child that is self-esteem is very low. That's why I tell people, up on the children every day. You tell how high their esteem is or what they do for. Because a little young lady now, she may think this is a big man is there. You never can tell. He might have promised things, and because that's the trend now. They promise young girls, and a lot of young people come from families that is in need. I'm not saying her. I see from experience. So what they are vulnerable kids. And he have to know. He already knew who the child was. So put the two of them together. If there's a charge coming up, she should be charged. That's my point. Bye-bye.
All right, folks. I understand some of the concerns about why he was trusted, but at the same time, I think that it is very dangerous for us to put more of the blame on others than on the man who actually did the act. That's concerning. No matter how you want to slice this, ultimately, he had a choice. Morning, caller. He had a choice of not taking advantage of this child. So to me, I understand your concerns that they should have been more vigilant. They should not have trusted this man. But at the same time, it does occur to me a little bit that we are victim blaming and blaming the people who were also responsible for the child. Caller, I'm just going to grab another call and put them on hold. Just 1 second for me. All right, caller number 1, what are your thoughts on this whole situation?
As a woman, as a mother, I feel very disheartened to see women calling in, much less in the comments, trying to blame a woman for the situation when she wasn't the predator. Yes, you might have been wrong for trusting, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to blame you for what happened. I'm going to stand and say, yes, call him out. Let everyone be aware of who this is. Stop trying to protect these predators for their bad actions, for what they're doing to our children. Do you know psychological trauma it does to a child to be molested? They never get over that.
Yeah.
So as a woman,
and although
we need to say that the woman is blamed because she was trusting. Everybody makes a mistake sometimes and trust someone who should not.
That's true.
But at the end of the day, the predator is the who is responsible.
Yes.
The blame is fully on him because he was very aware of her age and he still chose to do it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly the thing, right? I mean, he never had to do this. He never had to take advantage of a 16-year-old. And so, we can question a 16-year-old's very rudimentary thought process. She's only 16 years old. We can question the family members. Or why did you trust him? Obviously, they did not think that this man would have done what he did.
Shifting blame. They're shifting the blame. And they need to, communities, you need to stop that. Shifting the blame for who is responsible. He is no matter how he's responsible.
All right, caller. Thank you very much. All right, we do have 2 other callers on the line. We've got one more local and then one person calling from New York. So let's go ahead and do the order that they came in. So the local caller first. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. How are you doing?
Okay, honey. How are you?
All right, listen, let me be clear. I am not blaming anyone. So I'll come off first of all and tell anyone this. I'm not blaming. The problem is most of the people are having issues with the stories that, number one, it took long to be reported. Number 2, she's now in Jamaica.
Well, no. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's ask the caller. I think there's some confusion about when this was reported. So, young lady, when you knew for sure that he had done what he did, how much time passed between that and you reporting it and contacting the police?
I found out the Tuesday about 4 something, and I was at work, and I could not. So as my boss came in, I said to her that I had an emergency, I had to leave, and as that, I went straight ahead to this police station. I was at the police station about 5 something until about 8 o'clock.
So, I mean, there was no significant amount of time that passed from when
as I found out, that's the first place I went. Yeah. The first place I went was the police station.
So my question is,
I called the police as I got the news.
Hold on. My question is that even though that she made the report, was a child, and was a rape kit being done, or a rape kit been this child swallowed for a rape kit, and was he formally being charged at the time after the report was made? Don't come and say that a crime has been committed, because it has to go to DPP and he has to be charged as what do you call it again, Sandra? Temporary until it comes back to from DPP.
Yeah, I don't know what the charge would be, because like I said, I think there's a bit of a problem
exactly,
here.
Because she's 16, and the problem is that yes, he's 29, he's 13 or 14 years older than her, but we see, and that's unfortunate. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I will tell you this, and I could put my head on the chopping block that anyone that knows my voice. My cousin, whose daughter goes to the same school, when my daughter first came to me and said, "Daddy, I want to go to a little party with my girlfriend. I want to sleep over." First of all, I said to her, "I need to know who." Well, he said he your cousin. Every damn body came on cousin. Right? So I said, "I need to know who's this cousin is." And he said the mama works at such and such, and the father works at such and such. I said, "Doesn't matter to me." He had to come to my house with the mother, and I said, "Who's going to be there? What room she's going to be sitting in? Where is she going to be? Because I need to know where my daughter's going to be." And my daughter has a phone, and I explained to my daughter, right? Number one, which boat did she went on to Stingray City? Because the only person you could go on to Stingray City would be exclusive when you purchase your ticket. Hold on one second, because you're talking to someone who used to run Stingray City charters. So if you're going to be going on a boat to Stingray City on a Sunday, it has to be exclusive, either Captain Marvin's or one of these other exclusive boats where you purchase a ticket $40 and it's just you and them, and they don't have no alcohol on it. Once they have alcohol on it, you should not even have because.
She didn't went on a boat with him. You're still not getting it. She said when she came here, she wanted to go on a boat. I was the one who took her on a boat to go Stingray City on a family trip. He did not took her on a boat.
So she never actually went on a boat with him.
We were just suggesting it to him the day when she arrived and said that she wanted to go on a boat.
Yeah,
we were just having having a conversation with him.
We all know, all I'm saying, Ms. Sandra, is that we all know that we have to monitor our children's phones, number one.
Don't you start to there when your friend come over and having a drink?
You understand? We have to monitor our children's phones. I don't know which came on your parents that do not monitor their children's phones, but I monitor mine.
You don't know which ones. Apparently, a lot of them don't.
Right? But I monitor mine.
Yes. I mean,
right? And at the same time, I know you have other callers. Yes. I know you have other callers, but all I'm saying to you is that this child she was taking advantage of a 21-year-old, but there's a lot of things that could prevent this situation from happening, right? We all know, and if anyone looks at YouTube, I've done a course in sex predators and human trafficking and all that, but there's one on YouTube. The one that catch my eye, you guys could look at it, and it's out there on YouTube, where this gentleman took his niece to a hotel for sex trafficking, to prostitute his niece, which was 16, 17 years old. He was from Jamaica as well, and he got caught, and there was two uncles. And Sandra, you Google it and look it up, and I'll see if I can find a link and send it to you. And it was his you don't trust like that. And that was his niece, his sister's child that he was prostituting. You understand?
Yeah.
So these are the things that we have to look at. We're in 2022, not 1957 or 1936. And if we all know Jerry Lee Lewis married his 13-year-old daughter, and his 13-year-old niece, and how old was he? This stuff has been going on from back in the day, and we have to be more vigilant, regardless of your cousin or just not. We have fathers who are doing it to their daughters now, unfortunately. So you're going to tell him you're going to trust him with your ex? No. Sweetheart, I am sorry that I had.
He's
you
not
had
my
to deal
ex,
with
he's
this,
my daughter's
but
father. There's a difference. I have a child for him. He could
he's
have
your
just
daughter's.
come at the
He's
house to look for
Okay,
his
Mark,
daughter and
mom.
leave
He's
her.
your
Just the
daughter's
same.
let's
father.
let the other caller come on. I think
Okay.
I think we get your point. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We have another caller joining us. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Miss Sandra.
Morning. How are you?
I am good, thanks. I'm here sitting in Atlanta listening to your show. I'm originally from the Cayman Islands. But everybody is, I'm listening to everybody just playing the blame game. And playing the blame game is not going to help the situation. One, if we keep blaming people when they come forward, nobody's going to come forward because you know what?
Yes.
People are going to feel that it's my fault.
Yes.
Where do we step in and say, listen,
Absolutely.
when something happens, come forward so we can fix or people can know what is happening out there. So it wouldn't happen to your neighbor child. Now, that young lady, I would give her like 98.9% of props to come forward and say what has happened to her family member. Because you have most people in the world today sweeping under the carpet because of shame, because of guilt, because of everything. And we don't even know what is going on in our own home. So I just want to say thank you to that young lady for coming forward and say what she had to say and do what she has to do because she can save somebody today from being molested or being raped by a family member.
And that's the whole point of this show is that people need to be vigilant. And so I'm here telling you that you cannot trust anybody. I mean, even the last caller, Mark said, "Oh, he has to come to my house first night to see him." What does seeing him? You don't live with the man. You don't know what the man's intentions are.
It happened in our own home.
Exactly.
And even,
how many women have husbands that they thought were good, loving fathers, only to then find out that they were child molesters and predators of their own children? You do not know.
Sandra, everybody's saying men molest children. Women do molest children the same way as men.
No, I completely.
But you know what? Men get the blame because they're man. But when women do something,
I do believe that most more.
Same women as you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't know what the numbers are in terms of how many predators are actually females, but we do know that women can be predators as well. And unfortunately, because especially if they're preying on a young boy, whether he's 12 or 13 years old, the community in which we live seems to shut that down. And little boys are not as likely to even come forward because they don't want people to think, well, if it's a man molesting them, they don't want people to think, oh, I'm gay because I've been molested by another man. If it's a woman molesting a little boy, oh, well, I'm supposed to be a big man. I'm supposed to be machismo. I'm supposed to be this. So what she's doing is not wrong. So Miss Darlene, who just called in, said the man is 99% wrong. So if the man is 99% wrong, why are we trying to take that 1% and make that 1% the entire show? I do have a problem with that.
Yes, and also, Miss Sandra, they're saying about taking a 16-year-old on a boat cruise to Stingray. That's the only boat that goes to Stingray, unless you got money that you can take your children on a summertime to Stingray private. Yeah. Now, a 16-year-old got some sort of common sense, and as the parent there, know that, listen, even if I take my 16-year-old on a boat with alcohol, I am not going to allow her to drink. Now, we're running from taking our children. We're saying that she was wrong to do that.
Yeah.
When you have a party at your house and you invite your friends, don't you have alcohol there? What do you do with your children? Put them in the freezer, in the closet, or in the cupboard? Or send them out of the house? No, we got to be real, Miss Sandra.
Yes.
Everybody just trying to play blame game this morning. But listen, we need to be real. We're living in a real world. We're not living in a world where we just shut our children away because we want to have a party at the house. That's baloney. We got to be honest with ourselves. We don't want to come on the show and blame anybody. We want to encourage people that when something goes wrong, don't matter what it is, drugs, abuse, whatever it is, rape, whatever it is, come forward so the information can help somebody. Is don't spend your time calling in and blame anybody, because you know what? None of us are Jesus. We didn't walk this earth without a blame.
All right,
so I just want to tell the young lady, as a mother of 3 and a mother of a 25-year-old, a 22-year-old, and a 14-year-old, I just commend her to coming forward, even though it's not her daughter. And even if people are saying that she didn't do it in the right intention or whatever, I just want to commend her that she came out and said something. So young lady, there's no reason to feel guilty or feel bad or anything. You just keep your head up high, and I thank God that you came forward.
You. This is the whole reason why I was afraid to talk about it, because I know people was going to bash me. All right, my dear, thank you so much. I don't think I feel shame about the situation. I feel shame about it. But I'm not going to allow him to make it feel like he gets away with it, because he bold laugh in my face and tell me that he did it. I am not proud of what happened. Yes, I know I'm to be blamed of some sort, and I am ashamed, but I'm going to talk. I can't keep it anymore. I can't keep it as a secret, because it's not right.
All right, caller. Just stand by. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then when we come back, we're going to find out who this man is and why he was so bold to laugh in her face and use such vulgar language about what he did to a 16-year-old as though it's something for him to be proud of.
I love volunteering because it enables me to support my community. As a member of Rotary Central Cayman Islands, we connect people, we support our community, and we fund various local sustainable projects.
I encourage you to nominate, because volunteerism is Cayman kind. Nominate your hero on gov.ky/YFCH and click Nominate for NHD.
All right, folks, welcome back to the program. So I think that the last caller is absolutely right. It takes a lot to come forward and to share a story like this, even when you recognize that, wow, I placed my trust in the wrong person. I shouldn't have trusted him. Just because I have a child with him, this is someone I thought I knew. I was in a 1-year relationship. You have misplaced your trust. And that's got to be a hard pill to swallow, as the young lady just said. Of course she feels horrible about this. And I'm sure that they are doing enough blaming and beating themselves up. But that does not make what he did. Because ultimately, let me just break this down, folks. This young lady was in his care. They trusted him to look out for her and to take care of her. And instead of doing that, he decided to manipulate her and have sex with her on several occasions. That's wrong. Let us put the blame where the blame lies. We would not be here having this conversation this morning, but for his actions. And then the audacity of him trying to blame a 16-year-old and how she was dressed. That is his attempt to victim blame, which is disgusting. We have to stand with victims in this community, victims of all kind. And she is a victim. She's barely legal. She's been manipulated by this man, and he's taken advantage of her. The fact that the law can't do anything about him doesn't mean that you all should not be aware of who and what he is. Young lady, who is this young man?
His name is Xavier Ireland, and they call him on the street Bad Chargy.
Bad Chargy?
Yes.
A big man like him? Interested in a 16-year-old? No, sir. I don't know what Bad Chargy is, but he should be ashamed of himself. Every single man out there that is looking at these young girls and looking to take advantage of them, y'all need to stop it. Because as a community, we need to send a very clear, non-ambiguous message that we will not allow you to do this to our children. You have the pick of all kind of women. You can go in a bar and have big women your age, older than you. Grannies would be interested in you. Why are you preying on a 13-year-old child that is already vulnerable here in the country, don't really know anyone, right? You're messaging her. You're supposed to be in a relationship with somebody else. What on earth would possess a big man like him to do this, who has female children of his own? Unbelievable. Jodiz Shamsi says it's called grooming and predators are everywhere. So support the victims and stop victim shaming. And this is a good point. There is an element of grooming even in his messages to her about, oh, I can't stop thinking about you. May go to sleep thinking about you, may wake up. And meanwhile, you lying next to a woman that you are in a relationship with. What are you doing thinking about a 16-year-old child? Come on now. Let us put the blame squarely where it belongs, with the perpetrators, with the people who see nothing wrong with engaging in sexual relations with a 16-year-old child, with a man who has the audacity, right, to tell her family member, oh yes, me did it, in such a disgusting way. And so what? It's because of how she was dressed, or why would you trust her with me? He is aware of the questions that people would have in their minds. And here he is manipulating everyone, including the family members, into, oh, well, don't blame me. I'm a man. I'm expected to do these things. In a community, we need to stop blaming the victims. We need to start raising young men to know that this is not what you do. Caller, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Again, let us play the whole picture. And the whole picture is that bad decisions, criminal minds, people without conscience cause all of this kind of upset and disruption and angst into society, in the community, in the homes, in the families. Let us play it all out, victim blame, because that's what we do. Let them look and see what it is they really cause. Because they come in like the sex part, no, nothing to them. So it is other parts involved. And again, I call on the government for immigration reform. Again, I call on the government for immigration reform.
And not just immigration reform, but Charlene, I don't know if you remember years ago, there was a chamber debate, probably at least 2 or 3 election cycles ago, where the question was put to representatives about the age of consent. Is it time for us to revise the age of consent?
I get into that. I get into that because I know more than, and I already had my first time long time ago. I'm a great grandmother. So, and because I old now, when I make a suggestion, oh, look at me, 16 years old, maybe too young. There was an old woman, I hope she don't kill me for calling her old woman, but it was an elder woman who was in office from the district of West Bay. And she used to call for a ban on cigarette and alcohol advertisement and blah, 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 on and on. And we all made fun of her. And in that, I think she had a conversation also for to increase the age of consent. I remember one time, at least that's what I believe, because that was what was prevalent, that the age of consent was 14 years old. Well, mercy be in all my days on earth, we have raised it up to 2 years more to the age of 16. But I still say We need more than that. When you do have predators, you do have male predators. I don't know too many young women who grew up in these Cayman Islands and worse abroad who can say that I've had a clear-cut life and never had to avoid hands and attitudes and eyesights and some even the act of raping, because that's not, it's rape. It's rape. That's what it is. So let the predators know what it is that goes on. And as for male and female, I had a very dear friend one time, and out of nowhere, because we didn't have these conversations, she was more a ganja user. And out of nowhere, I'll never forget, we were in Newlands, and this woman started telling me about her escapades here in this Cayman Islands. She's a Caymanian. I don't really hate her, but I'm disturbed. And that has been decades ago. She told me about her escapades here in Georgetown. And I couldn't believe. Well, I was born, like I said, I was born and raised under the principle that you watch and you ain't going nowhere and nobody can take care of you but me. But that day, that solidified that for me. And I don't even touch people's children. I try to physically not lay my hands on people's children, honest to God. But let the perpetrators know what it is they do. And when people come from a highly sexualized, and I'm sorry to point this out, society, yes, the young people who may be the victims may be children who are highly sexualized. And the psychiatrists say that is a discovery that everybody wants to make. So yes, they may feed into the system because they are children, ergo the age of consent.
Yes.
They may feed into that system.
Listen to me. We know that young people, their brains are not fully developed until they're 25 years old. Of course not. So why are we allowing them to be able to consent to sexual relations at the age of 16?
I don't think many of our laws here in Cayman, I keep telling you that, have been thought through, have been vetted, have been even considered. Well, what about the other side of this coin? So that goes, that you can put that in file 13 and know that it's going to take an uprising. And I mean an uprising of conscientious objectors to this. Parents, non-parents, past victims, even perpetrators who learn the difference need to stand up one side for this. And I heard you call one time and I didn't like it, but I'm older now and I see the value of it. Yes, people can abuse the system, but there's a need for it, to register these sex offenders. Once they've gone through the court system and are being convicted, register them. Yes, they can. Any dirty-minded person can use that against them, but let everybody be aware that this is the consequence. And so maybe the real sex offenders will say, I'm not going to trouble this one. Her mama watches too closely. But let the whole world know what it is that really goes on in these perpetrators.
Because they're opportunists. They're opportunists, yes.
The pain that they really cause. For what? Sex? Something that you can go out and buy. And God, I believe that in Cayman, you can get a receipt for it. It is so prevalent. Prostitution is prevalent in Cayman. So if you want sex, you can go buy all kinds. Very white, very Congo like myself, all in between, very young, very educated. You can buy sex in Cayman. Go buy some. Don't make somebody's life be a box that you take for the creep that you're interrogating this morning. Don't let some young child's life be a box that you tick. Go buy some sex if you want some.
Yes. And I mean, the thing about it, caller, is they don't even have to buy it. There are lots of, there are a lot of adults out there who will give it to you for free. You whisper something in their ear and they're all for it. Once they're a consenting adult and someone who is mature. Caller, good morning.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, caller. Uh-oh, can't hear you. Hello, caller. I think that that particular call is a WhatsApp call, so it sounds like the connection is dropping out. Folks, the bottom line is this. You don't have to take advantage of a 16-year-old. There are other people out there who would be more than willing to engage in even just a casual relationship with you. Why a 16-year-old? Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Sandra. How are you?
My dear, right here.
I don't often call in, but you know where I am firing my shot. I couldn't help but call in as a woman and a mother of a up and coming young lady. I am absolutely disgusted. I mean, disgusted by what I heard this morning, and I also want to more than congratulate the lady for coming forward. Because I will not. I agree with you, and I will not allow her to be the blame, quote unquote. I will say that she made decisions that I absolutely would not have as a mother of a daughter or as a parent, period. There were decisions that I would have never made. Simply because it's not what I believe. Growing up here in Cayman, I am one of three girls, and my dad made it very clear. You want to go where? If you want to go somebody's house, if you want to see somebody, tell them to come to your house. I know what goes on in this house. I don't know what goes on in their house. And if everybody took that position, there would be so much less of this.
Yes.
So much less of this.
That's why I tell people, don't make your children do sleepovers. Do not do it, parents.
My dad used to say, if they want to sleep, tell them come sleep with you.
Even then, I'm not encouraging it. No sleepovers. There's a no sleepover rule. Turn on your yard. Stay at your yard. Like I just said.
His position was, if everybody felt the same way about if they want to have a sleepover, it has to be at your house. If your parents felt that way and my parents felt that way, well, there would be no sleepovers. There would be no sleepovers because we both feel like the other person should come to our house. But even worse than that, the fact that people are here having the audacity, the person feeling for actually coming forward, there's so much of this that gets swept under the rug, go unreported, right? I congratulate her for coming forward, and I congratulate her for letting us know, because you know what? I want to know who's going around sleeping with young girls. I want to know. I want to know.
Let's be honest.
I want to know. The public needs to know. We don't have a public sex offender registry, which we should. It's long overdue. And that's something for the legislature to consider. The fact that they've dragged their feet on it for so long. For so long, it baffles me. It baffles me. And then to come up with this cockamamie excuse about protecting the victim. No, you are further victimizing the victim. There are so many victims out here and have a history, and I don't care. I'm going to say it like it is today. Steeped in incest and sexual molestation. It's not something that started 20 years ago. It's steeped in it. And we just, you cannot say nothing because you don't want to offend Sandra, and you know that Sandra's uncle and that her brother and her cousin, and you don't want to break up the family. Meantime, you have a child sitting here who is either the product of incest or being molested, and we afraid of offending the perpetrator, or somebody gonna get offended because you said that their uncle, daughter, brother, cousin, something, sister was doing this.
And you know the saddest thing, the saddest thing, callers, for the many years that I've been talking about supporting victims, especially child abuse victims, I have had so many people over the years come forward, say, Sandy, I'm a victim. You'd be shocked at the numbers of people here who have been victimized and have been afraid to speak out.
You know how I feel about sexual assault and sexual abuse? It's like cockroaches. For every one you see, there's 100 that you don't see.
That's right. That is right. That is
right.
Every
one you see, there's 100 that you don't see. But moving on from the conversation about this sick, nasty piece of crap, we have a responsibility to protect children.
Yes.
Just as Ms. Charlene rightly said, the age of consent needs to be raised.
Yeah.
I'm almost 40 years old, and the age of consent has been 16 since before I was born. Since before I was born.
Yep.
And you are telling me every study that we've ever done, it tells you that the human brain does not develop and is not finished maturing until the age of 21. And there's studies that are going as far to suggest that it's 23. But you're telling me now, or you want me to believe that 16 is okay. What the hell are they consenting to?
Exactly.
At 16, you're not old enough to drive a car.
Yes,
you're not old enough
that's
to
right.
vote. You're
That's
not
right.
old enough to buy alcohol.
You can't even buy cigarettes until you're 18 years old.
You technically cannot. You technically may or may not be charged as an adult for a criminal offense, but you're old enough to have sex.
Exactly.
You can
Exactly.
consent to sex.
Yep.
It's an absolute absurdity.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute absurdity. Not only does it set a child up, and that's the case for young ladies. It's even worse for young men because the age of consent for young men is 14. What the hell they know about when all other science has also told us that men and boys mature at a much slower rate than females, but you will lower their age of consent. Why is that? You know what it is? It's nasty suckers of men who want to engage in this nastiness. That's what the hell it's for. Yep. Because it is discriminatory in itself. And if it were the case where the consent for girls was 14 and boys was 16, everybody would be up in arms. Everybody would be up in arms. But you see, just what you said, the show of machoism, and it's lower, and well, he's not jailbait and blah, 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 blah. What foolishness is this? What are we doing to our children? We may as well dress them up, put them on the corner. This is what we can do, and let them go, because that's essentially what you're doing. You have a 16-year-old girl who, for what my grandma says, hot and fiery, and she's 6. What can you do? And she's out there, Tom, Dick, and Harry, and you can't even call the police. You know why? Because it's not a criminal offense. It's not a criminal offense. Yeah. What you gonna do then? What you gonna do then? We have no protection for these children, and they're so fool they don't know any better themselves.
Yes.
They don't know any better themselves, and I always tell people, I'm sitting here with my nanny, and I said, I don't care if she was stark naked. The idea that you could come away with, because what she had on entitled me to have sex with her, that's the most ludicrous crap I've ever heard in my life.
Exactly. And it shows the kind of mentality that he has.
But this is it. The most ludicrous crap I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
So the way for the dresses entitled you to their body. I mean, just think about how it sounds. Think about how it sounds. So I mean, if my 2-year-old niece puts on something that entices you, what are you gonna do then?
Exactly. Exactly. Oh my God! It's just unbelievable.
What nasty is. I'm stay tuned, and I hope all of him I know who he is and fix his business.
Yeah. Thank you so much, caller. All right, folks. Morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Sandra, darling.
Yes, honey.
You know, this is a very emotional subject for me. But I just called to warn a lot of the women, men, everybody. It don't take nothing much for someone to molest your child. They think you gotta go out, you gotta go this way and that way. You could go to a friend's house and you be calling for a girlfriend. You back up on their brother, and their brother hug you, and they'll be hugging you, and they have their parts. They're so close that you can't see or the other person can't see. They have their hand on your body parts and smiling and hugging you. And you could just take them around the corner. Sexual molestation could happen just like that. It don't take much, people. It don't take much. I got one daughter, and I told the man that I met, no touching games, no hugging, no sitting on no lap, no nothing. If you want to play Ludo, dominoes, and cards, fine, but no physical touching whatsoever, and I don't trust none. Some didn't like it, but that was their problem. But I know where I came from, what I've been through in my family. So I'm telling you all people, women and men, listen, it don't take much. It do not take much.
Exactly.
So there's a whole family now that is molesters. I'm telling you, so all people don't stop something the time frame. Just keep a lookout and see what's going on. Check your children. My mother was so doggone strict. I went through. I was so afraid to tell her because afraid she might have beat me too because I could walk about in company. So so I was so afraid to tell her, and she went to her grave not knowing this. But thank God now I'm not a victim. I'm a victor now. But people, men, women, boys, and girls, it don't take much. It don't just go around the corner of the door. It don't take much. It just don't take much to molest anyone anyway. God bless you all. Stop the blame game, but let's just look out for each other and pray for each other and stop these things and call them out. Call them out. Call them out. Okay?
Yes,
anyway,
thank you
God
so
bless
much,
you
my dear.
all. And may you all have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Folks, another victim saying that she was so afraid to even tell her own mother. Her mother went to the grave because why? She was afraid the mother would blame her. We have got to stop blaming victims. Doesn't matter what they were wearing and what they looked like and what they said. And, the perpetrators are the ones who going around scot-free. By the time a perpetrator is finally caught or exposed, evidence has shown that they have upwards of 20 plus victims. This is out of the US, so probably not much different here in Cayman. They leave a slew of victims behind them when they're finally maybe exposed and caught by the authorities. There will be countless victims. Who knows who else he has done this to? They are opportunists. And as the last caller said, it does not take much. I've seen these court cases. The child went inside to use the bathroom. The neighbor comes from next door, goes in there with her and molests a 4 and 5-year-old child. That was just in the news recently, right here in our so-called beautiful Cayman Islands. Y'all need to wake up. There are predators all around. My God. If you have any idea, you call me paranoid, but I would rather be called paranoid than have to deal with this because it's going to be murderation for whoever dares. I watch people. You look at my daughter a little bit too long and you're a grown man. I'm like, what you looking at her for? You understand? Parents, have a no nonsense approach to this. That's the only way you can protect your children. Caller, good morning.
My name is Sandra. I commend this lady for coming out and saying what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if she did something bad, yes or no, or what the child is wearing. Look, I am a mad person when it comes on to that. My mom died 30-something years ago. And after my mom died, my stepfather tried that with me. If I wasn't a strong girl, trust me, I would be in, I don't know what would happen to me. But the big thing, I fight him. And I told him, I said, look, if you try that again, you're dead. And thank God that I was that type of person. Maybe my younger siblings wasn't that strong as me. But the thing is this, men need to stop this stupidness. You live with a woman, you have a big grown woman living with. What right have you to go and mess with a child? Yeah?
Exactly.
I look about kids, boys and girls. And I told them, I don't want to come to school to kill nobody. Yes, I don't want to go to prison. I want to go home back to my other kids. I have 2 sons, one 31, one 27. I grew them up good because I don't send them to nobody's house. I don't take no check with nobody. I don't care who they are. I take no check with nobody. I said to even my boss, I said to them, I said, when it comes on to my kids, because I call them my kids, I said, they're mine. I don't take no check with nobody. If I don't feel like you said, oh, they're going somewhere, and if I don't feel like, I'm going to tell you straight up, I don't feel like they should go.
Yes.
They're your kids, they're your kids, but I love them and they're mine too. You understand? So I don't care where you send your kids. And you send them with people who you trust. That's the thing. You send them with people who you trust. And these are the people that are doing this thing. The people who you trust are doing these things. And they're not kids. They're big men and big women.
Exactly.
You understand? And it hurts. It hurts. Lady, I applaud you. I really thank you, because right now my stepmother, my stepfather, people didn't know anything about it. It was just the other day when my stepfather grandmother mother died. I talked about it to her, to his sister. They was telling me she went through something similar to that by a family member. So these things are going on for years and years and years. It needs to stop.
Absolutely.
It needs to stop.
Yeah.
It needs to stop. Thank you, Miss Sandra.
Thank you, my dear.
All right. All right. Thanks.
Listen, this is a conversation that we've had before, and we will continue to have. Because until our legislators finally get that sex offenders registry, until they finally raise the age of consent, until they finally put programs in place where all children, whether you're in a religious school or not, have the opportunity to learn how they themselves need to be looking out for predators. How sad is that, right? But we have to teach our children. Don't let people touch you. This, that, and the next thing. We have to arm them so that they are wiser. Until those things are done, we cannot rest on this issue. We have to advocate for change. Every single one of you who are talking about the need to raise the age of consent, you need to be messaging your MPs and saying to them, why is the age of consent still 16? Miss Carlene says you can't drive until you're 17, cannot smoke until you're 18. And as Sandra said, their brains are not fully developed. The age of consent should be 18. Why is it still 16? We do have to change topics because we've got the LA proceedings that are going to be starting here shortly. But caller, I want to thank you, number one, for reaching out. I know obviously you were hesitant to do so. And even yesterday, I wasn't really sure what we could do except to really try to educate people and to have this discussion yet again. Because as that person said, it's like a cockroach. For every one you see, there's 100 that you don't see. And you do not know that they're preying on your children, both male and female. They're preying on young people who may be 20 or 21. But, when they got in the bars, they're slipping what's it called, roofies in their drinks. They're plying them with alcohol. They're taking advantage of them when they cannot even consent. This is what's happening right here in this little rock. We need to wake up. We have got to do better. I don't even know what to say. But caller, thank you very, very much. Please keep us updated. And, it's just incredibly sad that this has happened to a family member of yours. There are people who are asking whether or not she's getting any counseling while she's in Jamaica. I think the fact that even when she finally admitted it, she started to cry. She probably doesn't even quite comprehend what she has acquiesced to, what has happened to her. She probably doesn't even fully comprehend it. And unfortunately, we are raising young people who this sort of thing happened to them, and then they don't deal with it on an emotional level. They just move on as scarred men and women onto the next relationship. They're becoming over-sexualized early on. And, there's so many detrimental things that come out of that as a result. So I hope that she can get some sort of counseling, some sort of help. I hope that she isn't made to feel that the burden of 99% of this should be on her when this man should have known better. And I hope that those of you who are listening now to this program understand that as parents, our vigilance, our job is never done. You need to be talking to your young people from a very, very young age. You know, I hate to say it, but when you have a 5 and 6 year old and you want to send them on a play date, it's so sad that you have to be there, or no, you can't go on a play date. You know, but this is the world that we live in, folks. You can't trust your grandpa, your own parents. And not to say that your parents might be the ones, but an uncle might come over, or someone might come over while your parents are there and they're so old and they don't have a clue. They're not watching your children like a hawk. And next thing you know, the neighbor next door is doing something to your child. We have had some horrific instances of rape and abuse of children in this community. And as long as I can remember, I have been speaking out on this for over 20 years since I returned to the Cayman Islands. There's a case of a man pulling a young lady. She went and hid in the closet under the bed, and he dragged her out and raped her. And because his sister was a celebrity, a former beauty queen, an actress, we can't talk about him. We can't say nothing about this situation. I'm like, really? And when you dare to speak out, you're the one who's the problem. Folks, get it together. Because this is one topic that I will not remain silent on. We have to be that committed to this situation. Every single one of you. The majority of people in the Legislative Assembly are men. Even the women who are in there don't speak out about this topic. Why? Why can't we have a sex offender registry when even the Attorney General has admitted that we need one in some form or another? Why can't we still get it? Because so many politicians do the same thing. They're predators. Their family members are predators. Police officers are predators. Prison officers are predators. Doctors are predators. It shouldn't matter. We have to stamp this out. Caller, thank you very much.
No problem.
Folks, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to join the Legislative Assembly proceedings. We're going to see what's happening there today, as well as speak to some people who might be going to listen to the vote of no confidence against the government. We're also going to be speaking to, I need to get him on the phone, speaking to Mr. Steve McField here in a second, who's going to give us some very insightful information, which, trust me, you do not want to miss.
I volunteer because it allows me to give back to my community. The Girls Brigade is a Christian worldwide organization which works with girls and young ladies to enable them to become fruitful citizens in their community.
I encourage you to nominate because volunteerism has made a positive difference to our country in the past, today, and the Cayman of tomorrow.
Nominate your hero on gov.ky/YSCH and click nominate for NHD.
All right, folks, welcome back to the program. Let me just give Mr. Steve a call because he said something to me yesterday that I found shocking. And of course, by way of information, I think it is very, very important that we remain educated on this program about so many different things, honey child. So let's give Mr. Steve a call. Hopefully he hasn't left because I think he might have been going down to the Legislative Assembly himself as well. But he has some insight into the Deputy Speaker's decision to not hear the motion and Mr. Bush.
Hello?
Morning, Mr. Steve. This is Sandra. How are you?
I'm on the radio.
Oh, you're on the... Okay, when can I call you back as promised? Oh gosh, he's on the radio. Oh my goodness. I guess Radio Keyman must have snagged him this morning, but we had agreed that he would come on for a little bit. All right. In any event, it's important what he has to say, and so we will speak with him because I think you all will be as surprised as I am. But let's go ahead and pull in Jean, who's at the Legislative Assembly, and I see your comments about this conversation. Moya says you can't even trust your pastors. Of course not. All right. Jean, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about what's going on there at the Legislative Assembly. We see some persons actually going in. It's now called Parliament. Forgive me for continually getting the name wrong. But we see some people there.
Yeah, there's people making their way in. I've seen some. I've seen the premier has gone through the back. And other people's just going through the front, but mostly everyone's coming in through the back. So.
So these are members of Parliament who are going in at the moment. And then we see some other people who are going as well. So folks, if you're not aware of what's happening here, Parliament is meeting today to hear a motion of no confidence vote against the government. So the Progressives has brought this motion where they essentially said, I think there was like 14 different things that they listed in their no confidence motion. And they have essentially said that, based on all of these things, one has been about the handling of the Mr. Bush situation, that they feel like the government has failed. I think that, unfortunately, this is politics at best. Most of what they put in there is no reflection on this government. It's more a reflection on them that they weren't able to get any of those things done in 12 or 15 years. And now they wish to blame the current government and say, well, why haven't you been able to do it in a year and a half? Ironically, even as it relates to the situation with Mr. Bush, this government was able to get him to resign. And when I tell you that was no easy, feat, you can rest assured that is the case. It took a lot to get this man to resign, and they conceded nothing because Mr. Bush went in with a laundry list of stuff that he still wanted. This is a man who is still claiming that he has done nothing wrong, even as the file is being sent to the DPP's office for possible charges to be laid. He still says he has done nothing wrong. Wow. I don't know if you all comprehend what it means to have someone in a leadership position in this country who refuses to ever be held accountable for their behavior, no matter what they do. He has never done anything wrong. The one time he half-ass admitted to assaulting the barmaid, what did he do? He named the victim. He named her in his apology letter, which he then sent out to media and everyone else. You know why he did that? He did that because he purposely wanted to victim shame her. He wanted others in the community, oh, now we know who she is. Go and attack her. Go and talk about her. The woman said she was afraid for her life. That's the kind of man he is, for all the good that he has done. Let us not be fooled. The man has some serious issues. So here we're looking at our House of Parliament. There's a few people there walking in. Oh, look at this little old man. I hate to call him old, but he does look like he's about 100 years old. But this is so wonderful that he's going today. We need young people to be going out there today too, to see this very historical moment. Wow. This is going to be interesting. So the question becomes, does the opposition, who only has, how many members do they have? 7 members? Are they going to be able to flip another 7 or 8 members of the government to support a vote of no confidence against themselves? Now we know that they were in serious talk with various members, including MPs from the District of West Bay. Nobody trusts Juliana because everybody is like, she blows with the wind, honey child. So as long as she can get a ministerial position, she will be with any Tom, Dick, and Harry on the political arena. And that is true. She don't care. She just is like, once I get a ministry and I can get that ministerial salary, I'm here for it. And that's just how she rolls. Look at the chickens. They're everywhere on the steps of the LA. I'm surprised they don't even go inside the LA because they're always there hanging out, child. Jean, can we get a little bit closer?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to need some more water, Miss Stacy, and possibly some more too. So I understand that the government is committed to bringing a speaker from outside of the Legislative Assembly, which I believe is the right thing to do. They're wasting time today, but you know what? Let them have their vote. And we're going to be here for it, bringing you blow by blow of exactly what's happening. Marshall says Juliana has no loyalty. She got loyalty to her paycheck. That's what she's loyal to. I mean, the woman is an intelligent woman. She is well-spoken. I see her get up all the time. She gives a speech. She don't even have to prepare a word. She just speaks off the cuff, you know. But what have the people coming back? Not in the past 20 years that has been beneficial to them. We've had and we still rolling out children who can't read and write and do the basic math, who wonder why some man all the way in Turkey is messaging CMR about he'll work security remotely and taking your jobs because our children are not prepared. They're not prepared. They're not prepared academically. They're not prepared in terms of the work ethic, right? They're not prepared with a skill or a trade. And we're paying teachers top dollar. And we having teachers and principals trying to perform exorcism on children. Y'all got to wait till the next story I'm about to bust here today that will be put up. That's going to be put up on the website about a private school teacher duct taping the mouth of children here in this country. Have you ever heard of such nonsense in your life? A teacher duct taping the mouths of children. That's what's happening in education. Y'all think that we haven't lost the plot? Y'all need to wake up. So as far as we know, Miss Darlene Cameron says not even the chickens want to miss it. Yes, honey child, they're there for everything. Miss Darlene said it may be sitting in the speaker's seat presiding over the motion today. Yes, he's going to be there. Now, one thing I want to say is that although he has tendered his resignation effective November the 30th, after this very brief session, there will be no more sessions until I believe in December. So he will not, for all, purposes, he will not be presiding over any more sessions of the Legislative Assembly. He'll still be collecting a paycheck until November 30th. And that's what that's all about. He was refusing to do any other time, apparently. It's so sad that this man will be remembered for all these shenanigans. Wow. So, Mr. Arlene, he's not going to remain in the speaker's seat because he has formally tendered his resignation for the 30th. And once that's done, that's done. Whether he's charged or not, I think at this point it's not even the point. So Charlene says, but thanks, Sandra. Kudos to still being able to be in the know. You're the best. Real Deal says government has been advised not to provide skill training to students because we all know it will take away jobs from certain countries. Where has government been advised to do that? Well, this government has actually brokered a deal with Michael Miles through his institution, which offers plumbing, electrical, other courses, I can't remember them all now, to actually provide training to our young people. But Real Deal, I can tell you that a lot of our young people are not motivated. They're not motivated to even go to training because we have raised people who have a sense of entitlement, who believe because they're Caymanian, they're always going to get a job. And so when you tell them, no, that's not how it works, honey child, you need an education, you need a skill, you need a trade, they don't want to hear it. So, Jean, give us a little breakdown of what's happening. We see one or two people going into the Legislative Assembly there this morning.
Yes, we got a few more people coming in. We got Miss K-Man going in there now.
Which Miss K-Man?
I think it was 2021.
Oh, okay. Who is she? Which I couldn't tell from behind.
Georgina. That was Georgina.
Oh, that was Georgina. I was gonna say,
yes.
Lord, don't make it be the current one, because she needs to stay home out of the limelight. But
yeah.
Can we get you positioned where we can actually? Can you get a little bit closer and turn the camera the other way so we can actually see who's coming in? Because we only see them from behind.
Okay,
and I
sure.
hate to tell you, but I can't identify people from behind.
Yes.
So maybe if you could even turn around a little bit so we can see.
Yes.
Okay, so there's I don't see anybody else coming in droves though. Or, I mean, is it not that many people are interested in the proceedings? Maybe they couldn't get off of work.
Probably all going to work.
Yes, honey child. Well, you got to pay those bills, and those politicians not paying the bills for you. So you can just sit down and listen to it on the radio and listen to it right here on Bobo 89.1 and on Facebook and YouTube.
Pretty much. It's all documented for them
"Oh,
later.
Sandy, so salty." I know. But sometimes the truth is salty. Cameron says, "I wonder if there's any popcorn machine in the lobby. I'll go down there right now." Oh my gosh. Marshall says they don't want to go to training or work, and then they complain when foreigners come and get the job. Yeah, we need to call out our young people, because they're not always realistic. Miss Darlene McKenzie says, "Sandra, this is such a historical day. Maybe our entire police force and judiciary should be out there today." Well, child, we don't want the entire police force, because then all the criminals would be running amok. They'd be committing some serious crime today, knowing that the police aren't anywhere to be found. This looks like a gentleman who's coming up. Who's this? Let me see if I can identify this person. Oh, is that my friend David Dixon from DVDL? That kind of looks like him. I think that might have been him. Is he going into the LA?
Yes, he is going into the LA.
Oh, come on through, David. Long-serving civil servant. I went to law school with David back in the day. There's a woman who's coming. Looks like she's going to take the other steps, going the other way. So there's a few people coming. That looks like Olivia. Is that? No. Oh gosh, what's her name again? I was going to say that looked like Olivia Ramirez, but no. Oh my goodness, you guys need to help me with some names here. Okay. Well, she's gone in. Okay. Well, we're going to pull up the feed once it becomes a live feed. And we will certainly be broadcasting that for everyone to be able to keep an eye on the proceedings. How many of y'all think? Let's take a vote here before we get started. How many of you believe that that is Gina Matthews. I think she's a PR manager or something over at the Ministry of Tourism and Transport. So someone confirm, yep, that's David. Someone said Dwayne, Makiva, and Juliana couldn't possibly Isaac. Isn't Makiva still going to be collecting a paycheck after he leaves his speaker position? Well, he's still an MP. Someone else says, morning, Miss Sandra. Do you remember when Kurt Tibbetts was ousted as a leader of government business? Don't have to call my name, but it was a terrible day in Cayman. I can't remember the year now. Yes, we talked about that couple, when was that, last week? When we were giving the history of, ironically, every time a vote of no confidence has happened, it's been Makiva and his people that have been doing it. So the progressives have certainly learned a thing or two from him. So I don't think that they have the numbers. It would require too many people flipping. And here's the problem. Every single person that they get to flip, they have to promise something to. In other words, they have to engorge them more than where they are now. So one MP from a certain westerly district was promised a ministry. But it's impossible for them to give the progressives, to give their existing people, all 7 of them, all something, plus get enough other people to flip and promise them a better position than where they are now. It seems impossible to me. Like, I don't know who in their right mind would even think that that's a good idea. And believe me when I tell you, the only reason they would be flipping is to better themselves, their own back pockets, their own paycheck, not for anything to do with whether or not they really think the government is doing a good job or to even benefit the people of the Cayman Islands. Katniss says the truth hurts, but it's still always the truth. Speak it, Sandy. Marshall says, I think there might be 1 or 2 salty members of the government that might turn, but it doesn't make any sense for them to do it. Because if they do not have, how many do they need? 8? If they don't have all 8, the 1 or 2 turning is only going to help the 1 or 2, or only going to hurt them. My apologies. And then they're going to be in the out in a way with this current government because they would have exposed their hand when they don't have a winning hand. Now, people talk, this is the Cayman Islands after all, and this is Cayman Mall Road. People talk, and we've heard the stories about exactly who has been in talks with the progressives. We know who you are. I have purposely not named you because the government is trying to placate people acting like little children and keep them happy. Oh, we're going to work with her a bit more because she needs a lot of hand holding. That's what's going on, y'all. That's exactly what's going on. So they're going to take one for the team and don't admit who these people are. We got some police presence out there today as well. Al Ray says, so all will happen to Mac is a job change and salary reduction. Yes, that's about it. He's just not going to be Speaker of the House. They see the current standing orders and even the Constitution doesn't give anybody the power to remove Makiva but the voters of his constituency. So y'all have had enough of this man after 40 years. The next election, you need to show that at the polls. You almost did it this time. Came within 26 or 27 votes. Right? So came awfully close. Who's this one? He looks a little bit familiar. Who's that going in there? I can't really tell. Young man, fix the shirt now. When you go to Parliament, you got to go in there looking good. Tuck that shirt in. Look presentable. Darlene McKenzie says, Sandra, at least for Pat government, you are a top reporter. PPM, you couldn't get that much. Listen, we were top reporter even under PPM. They just never wanted to acknowledge it. And I mean, I'm not sure how much the Pat government acknowledges it, but I think the difference is they don't get in my way. They don't try to stop me. And that has made a significant difference. Marshall says, I can name them. I know who they are as well. Yeah, Damien, they need a 2/3 majority. And I'm confident that that's not going to happen. Now, I don't know how much time we're going to spend on this today, because, I mean, at the end of the day, I suppose that that somebody said they didn't know that they brought a no confidence vote against the committee. They brought that first. Mm-hmm. They brought that first, honey child. And that's the only motion that's actually going to be heard today. But they each member gets like 2 hours to debate on a motion. So Jesus, please. Can we just have a concerted effort where not every member, because 2 times 7 is 14 hours. Let's hope it's not this long protracted thing. Listen, have Mr. McTaggart speak on behalf of the opposition. Nobody else in the opposition needs to speak, because y'all know you follow him and he's following Alden, the puppet master, and that's just how it is. So we don't need to hear no long protracted debate from each and every one of you. Just do a summary of your 14 points. Don't even make it 2 hours, and let's just take it to the vote and then have the Pat government stick together and we can get on with our lives. Debbie says, Sandy, we all know who keeps voting him back in. Is Scott still listening to the program? Somebody said 6, not 7 that they need. Scott, how much is the curry chicken special today? Is it $10? I'm trying to remember. Y'all go down to Waffle Monkeys and get your lunch special today. Darlene says, Sandra, you go, girl. Cannot touch you. Want a hot mess? Well, it's a hot mess. That much we know. Marshall says, well, at least you'll see Alden today. He has been MIA for a while up in the farm. Oh, yes. We get to see him with his slick back hair, honey chair. Mm-hmm. Suave rico. Yes. We get to see Mr. Alden, Sir Alden McLaughlin. Uh-huh. KK, are you just joining us? We're waiting for Parliament to start. They've not began as yet. I saw somebody with a Jeep just driving in, but we're waiting on them to get started so we can see a little bit of the process with the vote of no confidence. You know, some of y'all need to be reading more and watching the legislative proceedings more as well. That's how you educate yourself and how you learn. You watch the debates and see what they have to say. Yeah. So that's what it is. Oh, Lord. 21 hours ago, Mac posted this one thing on Facebook. I read it because somebody sent it to me, and I was so confused. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord, give me strength, because I really have to wonder about this man. I'm like, is the drinking that in control? Like, seriously? When I see what this man put up, I was like, where he copied and pasted this from? He put one long message. Shall we read it? Because we not got nothing else to do right now. Do y'all want to hear this mess? Oh my God. He just is something special. I don't even know what to say. The man legitimately leaves me speechless on a regular basis. Wow. Let's read it. I need to get a little lozenge for my throat here shortly, but let's read this. Oh my gosh. So this is what he had to say. My dear friends, yes, dearly departed. We must never allow the consciousness of our minds to become overly bombastic or warped with stupidity. Jesus. Wow. That we fathom a belief that it wouldn't pass. If you do, I urge you to think again. No matter when, why, where, or how, we explore the nature of humankind, even the ones who have since leave an indelible footprints on the face of this earth. I think that's supposed to be left, but anyway. I will not correct his grammar. Whether they did so diligently or in uproar, stepping on one another's toes in war or conflicts, nations fighting against nations, families quarreling over inheritance, and wising the demise of each other. I think that was supposed to be wishing, but nonetheless. When we reflect upon the temporary nature of the human conditions, neither the bad nor the good moments in life will last forever. Well, thank God for that. Therefore, my fellow humans, we have a choice. Either to be as steadfast as the rising sun, as good as the moon and stars, all in their celestial glory, honoring and praising the Most High with every fiber of their existence, or become as bad as the recent storm in Florida, causing mayhem and havoc to your fellow men. Wow. The choices are thoroughly vivid, as they are equally definitive but they too shall pass to leave behind that which will become dormant and useless in the absence of every human. So let's stop being so silly or foolish, seeking to impress, depress, or deprive each other, and begin, if we hadn't yet begun, to live our lives in the essences of life's beauty. I wonder where the hell he copied this from. I am confident that the Most High God of creation didn't bring us into existence to suffer, and neither was it to be spiteful or harmful to others. It is so obvious with the amount of shaming and backstabbing I see around. God Almighty didn't make us for that. May the Most High God of creation, whose grace has abounded in our favor, to procure a new day for everyone, rising into freshness of life, grant unto us the knowledge to do good, to comprehend the factuality of life, to make wisdom applicable in all our undertakings, but more importantly, to act upon that which is good, better, and best for humanity. Amen, amen, and amen. Oh, the poor fools that like the post. One person said, I like the message, but the messenger is honestly and literally the last person on earth I would take it from. God. Kevin Tibbetts said the messenger is honestly and literally the last person on earth I would take it from. With all of your scandals, now you're going to preach? Nah. I could go on, but I leave that there. Life is too short, but even the Bible speaks of false prophets in the latter days. God. Wowee, wowee. Karen Stevens says, I'm not saying that all you have said here is bad, but I'm just here sort of confused due to the fact that I reached out to you when me and my child had been evicted and needed funds to help us put a roof over our heads. But you ignored me and my child, saying to go get handouts from NAU. And at the time, I only needed the first month's rent, which was $400. And life would have changed for the better for us. But you decided to turn your nose up in the sky at us. And here you are talking about doing good for one another. A mother and her child, you wouldn't help, but you want me to say amen with you? Shaking my head. I don't think so. Wow. No, sir. I don't know, honey child. Makiva responded and said, I can only do so much, and I give and give and give, and I've helped and helped and helped every month, month end to some, and throughout the month to others. Ask other family members, but you're right, it's a pity. Family is not family all the time, only when it's convenient. So I guess this person is related to Makiva. Elvis Makiva responds, this is so funny, from Kimmer back. He says, smoke some effing weed. Did I say it? No, I didn't say the word. Okay. I had to catch myself a second. But y'all know what, yeah. He said, smoke some weed. Quincy, who is walking around on the crack, says, stand tall, stand strong, bless. Oh my God. What a mess. No, sir. Y'all. Wow. Ay, caramba. Darlene says, yes, Sandy, he is special. Christine having a good laugh. 2 hours each, says Katniss. Lord have mercy. With the and us and Cameron says, the man, the myth, the legend. Darlene says people wanted to hear the debate on the no confidence vote against her speaker, but our kind, caring, and gentle deputy speaker refused that. Debbie says, slick back here, rolling on the floor. Marshall says, died, fried, and laid to the side. That's Alden's hair. Yes, honey child. You gotta slick back that hair. What poetry? Totally smitten, says Cameron. Poor you. False prophets. Marshall says, now you know those aren't his own words. He knows nothing about that life. I'm just saying. That's for sure. Leanne says, God didn't send us to this earth to harass innocent women either. Ooh! You better believe that. Oh, look at Jevy. See if Jevy will. Is that Jevy? Jevy? Hi, Jev. Jevy got on his suit, boy. Jevy's going into LA. Jevy don't want to say a few words. Jevy looking sharp. Folks, when you go to Parliament, you must look nice. And Jevy got on a suit and tie, and he even looked like he polished and shined up those shoes, honey child. Pulled them out from up in the back of the closet. Cameron says, nobody could have read that like Sandy. I know I try to put on my best reading voice on that one. Katniss says, was he high when he wrote that? Medicinal marijuana is legal after all. You mean when he copied and pasted and still got it wrong? Poor him. Debbie says, you're so entertaining, Sandy. I'm literally crying at work with laughter. Miss Vernita says the devil knows the Bible too. Hello. Let's not forget. He was the highest angel of the land. Oh, he knows a good thing or two about quoting some Bible verses, honey child. Amen. Praise the Lord. Do not be fooled. Charlene says, I like that, Sandra. Where did he copy it from? And it's too funny. He's needing to point out other faults and shortcomings. Say what? Well, this is what people do. People deflect when they should be evaluating their own behavior and looking inward to make some much needed improvements after 70 years on this earth. They are still deflecting and trying to call other people out. Oh, you shouldn't be shaming people. Well, you need to be shamed for your behavior. Your behavior has been disgusting. From Jesus was a baby, long time. There's nothing new. It's just that now, in the more recent times, our people are fed up, and we're going to talk about it publicly. You're not used to that. That's the difference. Morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra. The topic is beautiful, but leave Premier alone to the crown. Tell PPM they done their time and they're wrong to their people. Their children don't have no future. Get their shit together or get out. Either they work with the Premier or leave him alone. Everybody left them alone to do their dirty work in 8 years and they get away. You hear? You tell them must do their work together or quit. If it's any no confident motion gonna be put together, it's for them in the nasty world that they put us into. You understand?
Yes, yes.
They took everything away from us. They turned the world against us. They took us for fools. We religious people. They're forcing us to become criminals. Somebody got to stop these people. You hear what I tell you? It's making the people angry. They're turning the people against each other. With all the respect that we had for the politicians and the legal system of the Queen, but not here no more. These son of a bitches are destroying the lives of Caymanians. You hear what I tell you? I coming down there, this Edward Whittaker, better known as Dampen. I'm tired of this. 50 years now I listen to this shit.
Yes.
And nothing makes sense for my people. Our children is going crazy with drugs and alcohol. They have no leader course. They have no programs.
Yeah.
Talk about curriculum.
Yes.
Curriculum. Them son of a bitches, they're going to get curriculum. You leave them alone. Man had enough. Life is short. We are still suffering. From in the 50s and 60s, we still suffering. Our best leaders died. They done their best to put the country together. And these young bastards now are power glory people. And they're taking advantage of your children and my children and your grandchildren and my grandchildren. What future to do they have? Expatriates here telling Caymanian this and telling Caymanian that. You can't even talk back no more. The law is this, the law is that. I don't want me to tell you some mother. Listen to me.
All right. Calm yourself. Remember, we're still on the radio. We're still on the radio, honey child, but I understand.
Them politicians need to work together. Premier is a good man.
Yes.
He's a good man.
Yes.
And he mean the younger generation good. They need to come together and work with him.
Yes.
Arlen and his sick ass crew needs to work with this man. This man now will trouble them. Work for the country and the people and the crown and start working for themselves or for us. I'm bringing some stuff for you right now Monday morning so that you can see what his government was doing to our people. Okay?
Yes, my
love.
love.
And they'll understand what no confident motion is all about.
Oh, Jesus. Peace.
The civil service need clean up. France Madison need to do his job. You tell him Damper say that, okay? Get up and do his job. Look internal, clean your house.
Yes,
That's
people
what the
say
hell
talk
you
the things, honey child.
We gotta wake up. It make me angry, sweetheart.
Yes,
I'm a people kind loving person. Very helpful.
Understand.
But this is beyond now. The world is listening to us. We human beings and we acting like a bunch of goddamn kids.
That's true. And imagine we paying them at least $11,000 a month to act like children. So you go figure it out.
Too much goddamn money. Too much money. They ain't doing nothing but ignoring us, and treating us bad.
Yep. Salita says that you need to run for West Bay North. She would vote for you. All right, my love.
West Bay North or South. All this itemization with districts.
Yeah,
it's turning the people against one another.
Yes.
This is their way of putting a globe over the people's eyes and their brain so that they can get away free with all the nastiness that they're going on with for themselves.
Yes.
You hear?
Talk the truth, sir. Talk the truth.
Sweetheart, they want him to answer us on a phone. I got information 2 years. I call in one of them just for information on some property that they're taking from us. And they can't take it because it belongs to us. And it's over my dead body they're going to take it. You hear what I tell you? Yes, I got. This is not a threat. This is a citizen warning. It's the biggest property in the vicinity and the politicians are involved with it. I got the evidence to prove that, sweetheart.
All right.
You have a nice day.
We got talk. Thank you, honey child. Woo!
Good then.
All I can tell you is that one needs a double kaboom. Another one. Y'all take that, Miss Donna says. Yes, Dampy. You make me feel like coming out there today. Marshall says, speak it. Rosie says, well said. Christine dropping some bombs. She said, the man is on fire. El Ray says, CMR, burn up. Dampy for Premier, says Debbie. Dampy for Emperor, says Johan. Mighty God, says Evelyn. What in tarnation is this? Kent Rankin Jr. says, talk the truth, boss. Yes. You know, sometimes they get just so worked up. My goodness, you can't even hold it. Elray says, Lord, it's fire up in here today. Rena, good morning. She says, thank you, caller. Well, the show is called The Cold Hard Truth. Now, listen, I need to do a little bathroom break, believe it or not, because I know we're going to be going into some overtime, honey child. Somebody said CMR hot, kaboom! So I'm going to play a little music. Where's my song about these politicians? Give me a second here to get my little song ready. I need to take a quick bathroom break, and I'm actually going to get some popcorn. I know it's a little bit early for popcorn, but to be honest, it's a little bit early for this drama too. But the progressives, like Damper just said, they're not business. They don't care. So, you know, here we are, wasting money. They could be talking about some more important issues, education, social welfare reform, all these things. They're not business. Give me a little commercial break, folks. I'll be right back after these messages.
All the politicians, them. Sure. Inna your face, them a smile up. Behind your back, of money, them a pile up. Try to start your business and them quick for spoil up. Hey, well done, Mr. Politician Man. You done a wonderful job at tear down with country demolition, man. Sibbly bang, well done, Mr. Politician Man. You done such a great job selling out with country with your business plan. Well, you forget a round of applause for all the work you're doing. Decisions where you make will left the country in a ruins, yo. Strictly personal gain you're pursuing, so the tax rate higher than the planes where you're fluing. We gonna make you deal with the IMF, knowing on a backside, none of sugar cane left. The hotels and the beaches, the Spanish them go screeching. Me no know how you do it, but all my office say is well done, Mr. Politician Man. I must congratulate you. Done a wonderful job at tear down with country demolition, man. Skibbly bang, well done, Mr. Politician Man. You done such a great job selling out with country with your business plan. What kind of plan? Which is to keep poverty and unemployment on the rise. Corruption and not to mention the lies. Election and when the tension arise, so you buy with Kentucky, not to mention the fries. Anything to secure your vote, and then you rob the people to secure your vote. We go to Thailand where the Chinese own. The whole Jamaica is a Chinese loan. I tell you, well done, Mr. Politician Man. You done a wonderful job at tear down with country demolition, man. Sibbly bang, well done, Miss Politician Lady. You done such a great job selling out with country and you still not pay with. But still if inflation was a test you woulda get A+. So when me met the US the exchange rate buck, cause the dollar getting weaker and the solar light bill it woulda cheaper. But a JPS you prefer keep your Ebenezer. So you Scrooge from the ghetto people where you starve and every year you buy a better vehicle. The things you do are beat with bad, but still you manage to keep your job. So me I tell you well done, Mr. Politician Man. You done a wonderful job at tear down with country demolition, man. Swibbly bang, well done, Miss Politician Lady. You done such a great job selling out with country. Come in like Humpty Dumpty now. Congratulate them, you know. Yeah, man, give thanks for the effort, you know. Yeah, man, enough things when I go on it, you know. But you them see it still, so we give thanks. Yeah, man. Gangster. Kabaka P.
All right, folks. Welcome back. Well done, Mr. Politician Man. Oh, there's Mr. Steve Macfield going in. Yes, well, I knew he would be there, honey chow. I got a little lozenge in. I was looking for my the popcorn that I usually have, which is the one with the white cheese on it, but we don't have any of that one, so I'll have to get some regular popcorn, child. But I feel like we all need something here this morning. You got either drink popcorn or hear me drink popcorn, eat popcorn or drink some Hennessy. So I would rather just have some popcorn. El Ray says hot corn, not popcorn. Yes, well, Dampe said he got stuff for me to share, so trust me, he can bring it to me and I can see what it is. Sandra says make sure that you catch Dampe on your camera live. George Shamsi says popcorn is fitting for the occasion. Please help yourself. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's either popcorn or a hard cold drink on a Friday morning. And y'all know that I don't really drink, so popcorn it is. Popcorn and tea and water and my little Ricola. Aliano says there was a man from Texas. Oh, we got a caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Well, good morning. I'm enjoying the show again this morning.
Thank you.
And the popcorn, get the fried onions.
Fried
onions.
onion.
You need. You go, girl. I hear you.
Fried onions.
Keep it up. Put the pressure on.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, honey chill.
Okay, you take care.
All right, love.
Bye.
Fried onions this early in the morning. Yes, sir. That's where it's at. Cameron says, I don't know that they're in the lunchroom watching CMR re-strategizing. Oh, you mean those fools up in the LA, the progressives? Oh, geez, I'm peace. They're just wasting time. This one, Aliano says, there's a man from Texas that once said about a saying from Tennessee, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me, can't get me fool again. I don't know if that was a man from Texas or Tennessee, but it's a pretty well-known quote for sure. I don't know where it came from. Morna says, I totally agree with Dampe, 100%. It's time for Caymanians to take their stand, stop being our own worst enemy and stand together. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, no, I don't want us to be on air. So,
yeah, we still on air, honey chill.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
all
want
right.
us to be on air.
Okay, good.
Bye-bye.
Pauline says, trust me, that song bad. Yeah, it speaks the truth, doesn't it? Darlene says she was getting some echo. Oh, I'm not sure. Rena says, CMR makes my morning so much better. Oh, thank you. Ms. Renita says, I hope there's no such thing as speaking from the grave. I hope Mr. Jim Bodden would take the seat and remember what they done to him. Oh, the game of politics has been nasty from the onset. Dirty and nasty. And we have to admit that that most of our MPs, are questionable in terms of their intent. I just want y'all to do your job. How hard can that possibly be? Just do the job that you're hired to do. Can't be so hard. So I think most people are going to probably be in place already. They're at the assembly. We're waiting to get started. Oh, let me show y'all the paper for today. I do have the agenda. So let me share that with you so you can see exactly what's on tap. Actually, I'm gonna get my popcorn. Hold on. So this is the Parliament of the Cayman Islands order paper. So if you've never seen an order paper before, you're gonna get to see one here today now. Look, yeah. This is basically telling you what the agenda is for the day. Hold on, let me do a little screen share so y'all can see this. There it is. Parliament of the Cayman Islands order paper. First meeting of the 2022-2023 session, Parliament of the Cayman Islands. At first sitting Friday, October the 7th, House of Parliament. They give the little address. And then only a little bit of stuff is on the only a little bit of stuff is on the agenda for today. So they have prayers by the Honorable Premier, Minister. All right. Prayers to be read by the Honorable Premier, Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resilience. And I'm sure he'll be giving his condolences and so on. To people who've died. Then we have reading by the Honorable Speaker of Messages and Announcements. Honorable Speaker, Lord Jesus. Let me have some of my popcorn. Nice and crunchy. Private members' motions. So motion number 2 will be the motion on confidence in the government to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown East and seconded. Oh, this is so weird. Zoom in. Hold on. I'm confused because what ended up happening was this requires some degree of explanation, but it's a little bit weird. The MP for Bordentown East is John Dwayne Seymour. So he's called a motion of confidence in the government after the progressives called their motion of no confidence. So why are they hearing his motion first? That's weird. Wouldn't you hear the first one in time first? And this one's being seconded by the member for East End, which is Isaac Rankin, and the elected member for Savannah, which is Miss Heather Barden. Strange. And then I guess this is just strategy. I don't even understand it, to be honest. But it'll show, and I guess everybody with the PAC government will then go on record to say that they have confidence in the government. And then the next one is a lack of no confidence in the government. Georgetown East, who's that? That's Roy McTaggart. And seconded by the elected member for Georgetown. Who's Georgetown North? Is that Barbara or that next one who you never hear anything from? These MPs don't do nothing. Y'all need to vote some of these suckers out. And then they're going to have an adjournment. So please, members of Parliament, let's not have us be here all day. That's Joey. Let us not be here all day long. Let us get through as quickly as possible. The first one should have little to no debate. Should have little to no debate, honey child. I got 2 bags of popcorn here because depending how long this lasts, I might need them all. Y'all hear me crunching? I'm legit eating popcorn. I don't care what anybody got to say.
Hey, Sandra. I was advised to move across the road.
Advised to move across the road?
Yeah, they said that CMR is not allowed to film anything on the premises.
That CMR is
any
what?
permission. Yeah.
That you don't have permission to be on the premises?
Yeah, to film footage of anything on the premises.
On the sidewalk? We don't have permission to be on the public sidewalk?
That's what I heard. They said to write a letter for permission to the speaker, but I'm not sure of all that.
You see, that is McKeeva being childish yet again. Tell him the sidewalk is not Parliament House and you can be in the sidewalk. You see, this is when I needed to be there today. Because McKeeva wouldn't be playing these games with me. Don't send no messages to CMR with your foolishness, Mac. I hear he wants to pass legislation to try and control the media in the Cayman Islands. Dude, you need to pass legislation to vote your behind out of office. That's what you need to try and do. Mac, don't bring out the Georgetown on me today, honey child. Just because I'm eating popcorn don't mean that I can't mash it. This is who we elect to office. But I hope you know he's not scaring me. Sandra Solomon, formerly Catron, now Hill, is not afraid of you, McKeeva Bush. What are you going to do? You going to beat me too? Lord, rue the day you ever had that thought in your head. No, sir. You can stand on any sidewalk in this country and record anything you want. Maybe not the steps of Parliament, but the sidewalk is a public space. He not easy. He can tell people, I'm a Caymanian. Gina's a Caymanian. We can't stand in public and record. Zoom in, Gene. Tell him we don't need to be on that side of the street. We can still record, and we're going to be watching your ridiculousness. McKeeva, better be careful, you know. I ain't not trying to put my goat mouth on him, but that man soon dropped down with something. You watch and see. He keep playing with people. He gonna soon know. Now, I say it happened over the weekend. Y'all gonna talk about I'm a witch. But I'm telling y'all, I got a feeling about that man. That his day is coming real close and he better start praying and get it together. I've never seen a speaker be so unprofessional too, I must say. Oh, if you don't have permission, you must write in to stand on the sidewalk. Darlene says, Sandra, I opened my mouth too fast. He does not represent the government, you know. He just being salty. So El Rey says, what? News can't cover the assembly building? Nope. And anybody else that's out there, I don't see the compass anywhere, but I bet you if the compass was out there, well, he don't like Wendy, so he'd probably say something about Wendy. If radio came on, everybody else, he wouldn't say nothing to them. He is just upset because we have called him out for the devil that he is. But Mac, I don't care. I'm not afraid of you. I don't know who you think you are. You're a troubled man. That's who you is. Get your life together, child. Get it together. You need help. You can imagine. Dreamin said, so if we were protesting, it can't be in front on the sidewalk. Yeah, they said Duppe knew who to frighten. They trying a little thing with Gene this morning. They're looking at Gene like, oh, he not no Caymanian. Gene's a Caymanian too. Or he not my kind of Caymanian who would have told him what to do with that kind of comment. What are you going to do? Arrest people? Instead of you focusing on earning that $16,000 plus a month that you're actually making? Maybe he's too full of himself, says Darlene. Maybe. Is that a question? This is why this man continues to do what he does. And all of you supporters who enable him, make him think he can do it. Please, somebody go tell McKeeva Bush that my daddy was Uric Solomon. And he should know better. Tell him I don't care. Tell him my mama is Pamela Rocket. They're even worse than the other side. Okay, sir. You have earned no respect from people. You need to go sit down. It's time you retire. McKeeva Bush, boy, I tell you. Lord Jesus. Yeah, somebody told me they're supposed to send me a screenshot of this, but apparently McKeeva had said something to another local media about, oh, he can bring a motion to try and control media. I said, oh, I'm sure you would love to, honey child. You would love to curtail freedom of speech. What a mess. This popcorn is so delicious this morning. So someone says, are you at Parliament? Any idea? They're not started yet. I'm still waiting. I've got the feed here. And let me refresh it. Nope. Still waiting on them to start. Probably McKeeva throwing another temper tantrum, child. Who knows? Childishness. Darlene says, Duppe know who to frighten And I know it ain't gonna frighten you, child. He has no idea. I try to be respectful, but some people don't really earn it. Yeah, they don't deserve it. Narcissist, that's right. But they can't frighten me. Marshall says, don't mess with the rocket crew. Well, to be very, very clear, I'm not a rocket now. They're half siblings. Rocket is from Jamaica. That is my daddy. I'm a Solomon. But regardless, I just want to make sure that Makiva understands that if we need to go down a notch, we can certainly do so. And it won't be on this program. But Mac, I have your number. I can send you a voice note, Respect? You don't listen to me. Those people have no respect. They think they're fooling somebody and they can use people when they're ready. But they have never been fooling me, that's for sure. Johan says, FYI, the sidewalk is in front of the steps of Parliament and it's considered part of Parliament building, etc. Written permission is required from Parliament, RCAPS to symbol and gather protest. The sidewalk, then you step in the street, and then what are they going to say? Oh, the street in front of Parliament is also part of Parliament? Child, please. Makiva, ridiculous. Sorry. Jim, I'm having popcorn this morning because this whole fiasco is popcorn worthy. Johan says, FYI, they fear the people, but fear CMR more. Well, CMR is here for the people. So the only reason they have to fear CMR is because they're actually afraid of the people. And they're afraid of the truth of their actions and their shenanigans being exposed. So yes, Makiva is telling us that the press needs permission to stand on the sidewalk this morning. What a child he is. Blair's asking if I've ever had the popcorn Britta makes from, what is that, Sacha? Green popcorn, best popcorn. No, but I'm going to show y'all. I'm having regular popcorn, and then sometimes I get this one, which I'm going to have a little bit. This is Smart Food, white cheddar, gluten-free, no artificial colors or flavorings, no artificial preservatives. This one you can get. And then sometimes it comes in the little small bags, and this popcorn is the best. Oh, my God. It is divine. White cheddar popcorn. Oh, nothing better. But I'm trying not to eat too much of this because I'm cutting back on the cheeses and dairy because of my sinuses. But yeah, this one is, oh my gosh, look. Delicious. Katniss says, who owns a sidewalk in the Parliament building? We do. Oh, no. Makiva believe he owns it since he's Speaker Cha. Well, this will be the last thing you preside over, Speaker. Mark my word, Mac. This is it. The writing is on the wall for Makiva. He's going to be out like the lights. Come on, West Bayers. Y'all got to do better now. Y'all have got to do better. Elway says Mac is pulling a Herschel Walker. He can try. Marshall says a woman beater gets no respect. So he definitely ain't getting none. Can I tell you the people what he really be up to? Let's talk about those men that, $1,000 to suck what? Keep in mind yourself, honey child. You don't want the truth to come out now. Because if you know what I know, well, you know what I know. All those advances you be making at people up in your house, other men. Let me try and tell you, honey child, that not gonna work. Yes. Y'all better try and behave yourselves here today. They want to be up in church and singing hymns, but they don't want to talk about their bisexuality. And I support the LGBTQ plus community. And if you come out and tell people the truth about yourselves, I will support you too. Because the truth might actually set you free. Imagine that. How many of y'all want to know the truth about that? Yes, honey child. Ooh, somebody say, talk to me, sister. Talk the things, them. Ay. Jean says I'm making him want some popcorn now, too. Nope, Parliament not started. They're late as usual, child. I don't know what the holdup is. But anyway, oh God, they need to just get on with it. Yes, Marshall. They should know the same people that they be making moves on be talking to people in the streets. And I've heard enough to know that if it don't go so, it go close to so. So they better try and hush. Talking about God this and God that. God is going to smite you down one day with your foolishness and your lies and your duplicity. Correction of spelling of rope. Joyce says, I still love the old-fashioned one. Yes. Darlene says, Sandy, maybe he's not feeling well. Maybe he should have took some sick leave until November 30th to get some professional treatment. Well, like I said, there will be no more sittings of the LA till later in the year, and he'll be out by then. So, hopefully this will be the last that we'll hear from him ever in that seat again. Scott says, Blair and her spinach dip is beautiful. Oh, I need to check out. Y'all need to tell me spinach dip. What? Hey, Nico, what's up? Lord, the coding, says El Ray. Oh, these guys have done what they have wanted to do for so long in this country. It is truly shocking and unbelievable on some level that we have allowed it. Somebody says, OMG, I always wondered if you heard about the rumors or allegations of him making passes at men. Also, I'm dead. You're having a block party up in here all by yourself. Yes, child. I soon tell Miss Stacy to bring me a glass of iced tea. Y'all thought it was going to be liquor. Admit it. You're like, what? Oh, Lord Jesus. They shouldn't be a no lunch break. They haven't even started yet. I wish they would start on time, though. Gabby says, where's 5 o'clock? They look like they're going to need, this looks like it's going to need a drink. I know. And for those of you at work, you can't be pulling out wine in the middle of work. I mean, I don't know where y'all work, but probably not. I feel you. I woke up with a headache this morning. I still got the headache. I think I need to take some Tylenol. So, believe me, I would rather be doing something else. Can I go lie down? I'm just keeping y'all company until the proceedings start, and then you can see how this parliamentary foolishness works. But can we start already? My apologies. Speaking of this, please don't forget that the National Heroes Day 2023 nominations deadline is nearing, and the public is being encouraged to submit their nominations prior to the deadline. This is super important because the deadline is Sunday, October the 16th, right around the corner. National Heroes Day 2023 observations will recognize and thank our volunteers and not-for-profit organizations for their exceptional contributions to and in the Cayman Islands. Their commitment is serving our communities, whether it's through assisting vulnerable groups, ensuring social cohesion, my apologies, without compensation and fanfare, is a form of heroism and deserves recognition. So the National Heroes Day 2023 nominations, folks, now open to the public. I'm going to put the link here in the comment section. And I invite you to nominate people. Anyone that you know that has volunteered tirelessly, yes, grab them and, click on that link and go nominate them. National Heroes Day next year, but they got to get an early start. So the deadline is coming up on the 16th. All right. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Well, you are trying to keep us company, but I think we should also try to keep you company. You know.
Why not? Why not? So, what are you thinking
Why not?
about the proceedings today?
Well, first of all, I was having a chat with a friend of mine in Cayman, and we were, just analyzing this and that and so on. And one of the things we came up with, we think they will start late because there will be a lot of that's what we predicted.
So you predicted that? Oh
late.
My gosh!
Yeah, they'll start late because I think both sides, you see, have dug in. Once the leader of the opposition has said, look, the speaker can't stay until November. In other words, he has to go now. He can't preside on anything. He has to go first. I don't think he is likely to renege from that position. The speaker, I suspect, also has dug in. The deputy speaker, who obviously made a mistake, the way she counted the days, and I think a lot of people have pointed that out. She is rather embarrassed by that. I don't know what argument she has. It is particularly embarrassing, Sandra, because this is somebody with legal training. She has a law degree. Now, she doesn't have experience. I don't think she's going to call to the bar yet, but I know she has a law degree and she was articling. Yeah, okay. So, but she has some background.
Listen, you know what is so crazy is the reason I wanted to speak to Steve McField is that he actually has a position that is very interesting. He says the deputy speaker cannot do what she did. There's nothing in the standing orders or the Constitution that permits her to do it. It talks about the speaker, but not the deputy speaker.
Yeah. Yes, I heard him say that, and this was like in my discussion with people. We didn't quite zero in on that. We zeroed in on only the issue about whether she was right in the decision, not whether she had a right to make it. But he's quite right about that now that he has mentioned it, because he has pointed out to the standing orders and the Constitution to say that the deputy speaker can only exercise those functions, the functions of the speaker, in certain circumstances, like the speaker is not absent or the speaker has actually assigned this to her. And a lot of us had overlooked that, and that's a more fundamental point. So they could even argue, the opposition, to say your whole decision, whether it's right or wrong, is totally null and void. I mean, they could argue that,
Yeah.
So, but then now the practical thing.
Oh my gosh! Hold on! Breaking news! I understand the opposition has not yet shown up. That's what the holdup is. Opposition no show. They are not there. What is right? Hold on here now. Where's McTaggart? Good sir. Let me put you on hold 1 second because I need to call Roy McTaggart.
Okay, no problem.
Excuse me? The opposition wasting our good time on a TGIF? No, Bobo, not today. Why are they not there? They are so rude. You see, this is why when I tell y'all, don't vote for those progressive fools, y'all need to listen to me. They're playing games with people. No backbencher has arrived. Jesus, take the wheel. For their own motion? So, of course, they can't hold parliament? No members of the press inside.
Hi, this is Roy. Please leave me a message.
Roy McTaggart, please answer your phone. Where are you? You brought a motion to parliament. Get down there on time. Jesus. I'm going to have to take me another blood pressure tablet today after I'm done with you fools. Morning. I do not see any members of the press inside. The press so fed up with the childishness. We don't know the ones there that probably care anyway. Not started yet. No backbencher has arrived. Y'all hear what I'm telling you? The opposition, folks, is getting paid $11,000 a month, and they can't show up on time. They're supposed to be there from before 10 o'clock. For their own motion. You think that they care about the people of this country? No. They care about lining their own pockets. They can't even be professional. You have a job to do. We, the people, are paying you handsomely to do said job, and you are a no-show. Wow. Shame, shame, shame on them. I need, hold on just 1 second now. I need one of those videos. You know the Scarlet Letter? When they'd walk around saying, shame, shame. That's what I need for them. Let me see if I can't find one. Let me see if I can't find this. Shame on them. Man, I mean, you think when you think that they can't surprise you even more with their shenanigans? No, sir. They will find a way. They will definitely find a way. I'm trying to find the little thing here that says shame, shame, shame. I need a little bell. Shame. Unbelievable. Wow. Opposition. But I've been telling y'all from when they got back in this time, they've been so upset about losing the election. Half the time, Alden only came for lunch, for the free lunch. He would come just at midday from when they'd be breaking for lunch. The man wasn't showing up to nothing. Y'all need to start looking at how much they are working. Wow. Mr. Politician Man, you guys are ridiculous. Damien says that's borderline treason. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's treason, but it demonstrates to them, if you had a question in your mind, folks, this demonstrates exactly what these people are about. Now, who is up in the LA that can tell me which members of the PAC government is there? Anybody from PAC missing? Because maybe if they're missing, they out there talking to the progressives. Are all PAC members there? Let me get the lowdown. Let's find out who's missing. Is Kathy there? Tell me now. I got people on the inside the house. McKeever think he can stop information from getting to us. We got people sitting right up in LA listening and sending me information. Poor him. Damn fool. Johan says this is who they are and what they've always done. PPM demonstrating this is no more. This is more about theatrics and drama after filing a motion of no confidence in PAC, but they aren't present, etc. Hashtag politics. Yeah. Shame on them. Oh my God. Oh, Miss Stacy, bring me one tablet for my headache, please. I need a extra strength Tylenol here this morning. My God. This is who we elect to office. And then come next election, they're going to go out and have TULA meetings and fool y'all again. Alden has demonstrated and showed you the narcissistic and arrogant person he is. Nobody but God is going to stop me, he said to the people of the Cayman Islands. And y'all still vote this man back in. Because obviously you must believe it too, that nobody can stop him but God. What a mess. Cameron says, what a show. You can imagine. William says a little work on the road would have their pay docked. $11,000 is a lot of doing nothing. A lot for doing nothing. I need that kind of hookup. You understand? And they don't even show up. Or this is I am just why? What's wrong with these people? Johan says, remember the PPM protests when they left the chambers and held their own parliament with Ms. Consuelo as speaker a few years back when they were in opposition? They have done some shenanigans over the years. Let's not forget that I kind of think that they sympathize with McKeever because Alden has beat up another MP right there in the grounds of Parliament, formerly the Legislative Assembly, in the lunchroom. Y'all don't think that Elio got boxed down by Alden? Go ask Elio. I'm just saying it is a well-known situation. Debbie says, what a mess. A no-show circus, says Miss Darlene. Yeah. When people show you who they are, believe them, says Johan. Amen. Amen. Damien says, how is treason defined in the UK? Meaning of treason in English, the crime of showing no loyalty to your country, especially by helping its enemies. Child, they're the enemies. That's the problem. Our own people are the enemies, so the enemy from within. So I understand that all PAC members are there. No opposition is there. Not Roy, not slick back Alden, not missing, wearing the wrong dress Barbara, not, I don't even know what to say about David. Just not. Who else is with them? Alden, Barbara, Roy McTaggart. Oh yes, Joey. Not there. Who else do they have? I don't even know, but none of them not there. What a hot mess. Oh, dear Jesus. Y'all might have to start singing a hymn here now because, Lord. I need to go take a tablet for my head. Like, honestly, I do have I think it might be a sinus headache. It's like in the front. But these progressive people making it worse this morning. Oh, Moses. Try and hush about him. He probably didn't even come from the BRAC. So if they don't show up, PPM should be doctor pay and more, especially after filing this motion, which is why the country are now watching. Jean, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Poor you. Can you go back across the street and go on the side over close to the town clock? Because technically that's not Parliament. Makiva has no rule over there. So go over on that side because I want to see who's coming in. You know, the area that the members, MPs come in. I want to see who's going to come in next. Yeah, so walk in that direction and tell McKeevice they must come again if he trying anything funny. So we're actually going to go over, even under the little tree right there. What? That big tree. I don't believe that's right Parliament. Closer to Town Hall, but you can still see who's driving in and out. Let's see if we can spot them if they ever do show up.
How about right here?
Be careful now, honey child. I don't want you to get ran over. Yeah, go. Yeah. Maybe get a little bit closer though. You see where the person in blue is? Go over there, so because that's not Parliament. McKeeva can't say nothing about that. That man is so wrong. Okay. Matt, you need a good foot, you know where. Yeah, right there, so because anytime they come in, they gotta come in through that gate. So you let me know if you see any members of the opposition.
Sure thing, we'll do.
Uh-huh. What a disgrace. So what's gonna happen? Oh, hold on. We're starting over here. Hold on. Oh gosh. Look like it finally starting. Hold on. Oh yes. We're gonna start here now. I don't hear any audio though. Jean, I'm gonna pull you out, but you keep recording offline.
Okay, sure thing.
All right, hon. Look at that. Opposition bench completely empty. Do y'all see it? Make sure the volume is up. Do y'all see this? Not a soul. They're so fresh and rude. Let me let me just bring this back in, see if I can get audio. Where's the audio? Hold on, y'all. They're two-faced. Where's the audio? Government people? GIS? Y'all awake? Pump up the volume now. Give us audio. Let me message them and tell them there's no audio.
Call now on the Honorable the Deputy Speaker.
Oh, we can hear him finally. Morning caller.
Good morning. Ms. Sandy,
what has come to me, there's more to this
Secretary,
than what meets the
Honorable
eye.
Member for Wrestling.
Such as?
Everybody can't have a jelly leg at this time.
Be central to say prayer.
And the point is that what amazes me is that Bush has no regard for pride where his character is concerned.
Well, we know that about
But
him
pride
already.
for prestigious and
Almighty
powerful
God,
position
from whom all
is
wisdom
all that makes his world turn.
All right.
But
well,
there's
we're-
more to this than meets the eye.
Well, you know what?
beseech thee
The progressives
so to
brought a
direct
motion.
and prosper
At the very minimum,
deliberations
they
of
should be there to
Parliament
support their
now
motion.
assembled, that all things may be
Something is behind all of this.
Yes, they are salty and upset that they
ordered
can't
upon
take back the
best
government. They did
cherished
not get
foundations,
the PAC members to
glory of
flip
thy
like how they
name, and for the
anticipated.
safety,
They're a bunch
honor,
of greedy fools. That's what's behind it, greed.
Yes, but if their motion had gone
and welfare
positive,
of the
it
people
would
of
be a
these
plus for
islands.
them.
Yes,
There's
but they
more to
never
this.
had the numbers. They were behind the scenes working on people. I told y'all that last week. I know exactly who they were trying to flip.
King
And some of
Charles
the PAC
III,
members wanted to be
William,
flipped because they
Prince of
want a
Wales,
position
and all of the royal
of
family.
minister to make more
Give
money.
grace to all who exercise
Like I said,
authority in our
greed.
Commonwealth, that peace and happiness,
You know,
truth
the
and
point is, it's
justice,
sad.
religion
Power
and piety
and the
may be
pride
established
will
among
turn
us.
anybody upside down.
Especially we pray for the governor of our islands.
I
the
hope
premier,
people remember this.
the speaker
Coming
of
next time.
Parliament, the leader of the
This is
opposition,
history.
Thanks, my dear.
ministers of
Have a good day.
Parliament, the Chief Justice, and members of the judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask, thy great name's sake. Let us now say the Lord's Prayer together. Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us, gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us, and all. Amen.
Please be seated. Proceedings of this honorable parliament are now in session. Before we begin, I do have a message. Clerk, the messages.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of Messages and Announcements.
Honorable members, firstly, let me recognize the presence in the chamber of Mr. Farrington, a former chairman, this morning. And honorable members, to make a brief statement and to highlight three. Let me thank Almighty God for sparing us another time of disaster. We have experienced Tropical Storm 9, or more correctly, the effects of Ian. From all indications, there was loss of human life here, even though some of us lost in our farms. I lost 8 of my livestock on my little farm for devastating damage and rare losses in produce. But nevertheless, we have to thank God for his continued blessings and mercies that we all fared well. We recognize without him, we are nothing. To the people of Florida and other areas in the devastation caused Ian. I do want to thank the government, to the Premier who was so diligent in getting assistance to members. And I say members not to just the government, but I recognize to all this honorable and plywood supplies of this country. And I do want to thank him. And he made several trips during that. And I know one time he was a resident of West Bay, but I didn't think it was being back so often now. But I want to thank him and to, of course, thank the cabinet for their work with him on these matters. I want to thank the West, my constituency, the West Bay West Enhancement Council, for all their work and assistance during the hurricane and the assistance they gave me as the MP to carry out my abilities and duties, not just of West, but to other areas, of course. Honorable members, secondly, there has been criticism levied against me relating to the management. State and make it categorically clear. There is a Parliament Management Commission, the Council, which manages the affairs of the Parliament. I will direct 4 of the Parliament Management Act vastly outlines the general functions of the Commission. So for those, the person who controls or manages this Parliament on a daily basis. In many other jurisdictions, the Speaker is. For the record, no pun intended. So make that absolutely clear for not just your knowledge, because most of you know that, or all of you know that, because you are familiar with the law, but for the general public to understand. Observed and existing PMA, the law, isn't right now a concern fit for purpose amendments. There are additional deficiencies since we began with the law into operation, which don't augur well functionality and the efficient operation and governance of the Parliament. To act in the interest of the Parliament in all material, at all material times. Some people I have in the running of the House, but I do operate in a framework which clearly dictates. For the record, I was criticized by 2 people who think and would like the country to be, they're the experts on everything. My God, they're going to be educated by. Criticized, nothing has been done in the Parliament in regards to the speakership doing it. The opportunity, ignorance on the firstly is the code of conduct. Based on my commitment and undertaking I gave 30 days administration house. I took the code of conduct within 3 months after assuming the office of the speaker this time, that is last year. It was reasonable, a reasonable draft to adopt that most members would find acceptable. However, the Premier assumed conduct of matter more than a year ago in finalizing various iterations of the code. I am aware that there was an intention to have a more elaborate document. While some members are of the view that the amended code of conduct may be burdensome and disadvantageous in certain areas, given our circumstances, the Premier, nonetheless, and has been committed to finalize the code in the interest and satisfaction of all members. Just to mention that the final document to be approved is different, prepared in early 2021, save for the addition section 142, which speak of allegiance and Her Majesty, respectively, which have to be amended to now reflect His Majesty. The Premier, I want to say, did make every effort to get that done. Circulated in our discussions during the council meetings, the clerk of the opposition, and the opposition has that they haven't seen. The fact is, the clerk sent it to them. I believe that the Premier himself, well, I don't remember, but definitely he gave the clerk sent it. So let us understand that all members of that draft for a long time now. I attempt to have an amenable code of conduct for this House. Let us not lose sight of the critical importance of equally antiquated cake standing orders also, which isn't fit for purpose at this time. I also created a working group to progress that aspect. But as you are aware, it is up to all the members of this House to determine the final product. It was my original intention to give a detailed, a more elaborate line of the development, the preparation of the code of conduct, but due to sage counsel and upon reflection, and since I have learned to be more tolerant in my pronouncements, I opted to just say at this stage that part of what I explained to you here. Let's work together, use a fair and reasonable code of conduct that all members are content, and that the public will believe that we are trying to conduct ourselves according to those rules. And I think to stay in defense of the Premier, that's what he has been asking us to do. That's what he wants, something that the people can understand where we are with our code of conduct. I'm confident all members can achieve this together. Let us all compromise in order to have a workable code that can be further enhanced and modified as circumstances dictate. It is worthy to note that a review of the code is clearly stipulated in on page 77 and part 5.3. Is reviewed, that is when appropriate. Not a partisan issue, but rather for the entire House. The protection also of us all as members, not just the government, but the opposition, and the opposition ought to know this because some of them quite a while. Therefore, I urge the spirit of cooperation, collegial, and not left to do with it, I can tell you, based on consensus. Furthermore, as members are aware, I have no vote in the House as a speaker, but will be able to vote on the issue after November 30th, if it comes to that. It is my intention, and I want things to be in place for the Parliament to be functional and with the necessary structures and systems so it can function independently of a period of time. I can assure you all will appreciate and agree that after next year, members will be busy in campaign mode or preoccupied with constituency matters, and the council won't be meeting to address the myriad of that exist on a day-to-day basis. Perhaps I will be pleasantly surprised. We can't afford to compromise the operation and administrative functions of this institution, such as this autonomous Parliament. The overall effective and efficient running of the Parliament obviously takes precedence and should supersede many, many things in the country. There is no need to object to meaningful proposals and due to personal reasons. We need to remove the bureaucratic structure with the additional subcommittees of the council not able to meet as they should, and it's not working the way we thought it would work. Status quo cannot remain because we are transforming and transitioning to a institution. In closing, as an indication of my intention for this autonomous parliament in my own unique way, I've started with the lecture series, which is the first of its kind and historic for the House, in order to stimulate discussion and generate ideas which can inform policy decisions for this country. There are other things being directed. Example, the development of the Parliamentary Library, a group to modernize archaic standing orders which govern our procedures in the House. And I will continue to engage and spearhead new approaches, not only our class, but a first-class autonomous parliament, despite the challenges and difficulties I encounter from those who are reluctant to positive changes. I want to expand, but I'm not going to take any more time at this time on the number field, because that's a specific complaint by those who think they know it all. However, I'm not going to get into the reading of it. I have given copies to the sergeant so that you would have a list. Some of you already know some of these things, but many, many things have been done since we begun as a government, and we begun also standpoint of an autonomous parliament. So many, many, many things. But as I said, those people don't understand, and so they'll never understand. They believe that they should be here. Unfortunately, attempted that and they shoo. I would ask the sergeant to distribute those documents, and I will lay on the table of the House the code of conduct as prepared by myself and the one that is before members by the premier, so that they are on the but this is all members, not that it was not sent before by the premier, and I want to repeat that, by the clerk, for your endurance and your patience. The Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise point of order.
Yes. Can you state your order, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek to elucidate clarity as to the absence of members of opposition. Has they seeking leave from yourself as to the standing order 6 or to the standing order 31?
Standing order 6. It is the duty of a member who is able to attend a meeting of which that member has had due notice, a meeting that is adjourned to a later date, to inform the clerk as early as possible of that member's inability and where necessary, whether that member has obtained written leave of absence from the under Section 21D of the Constitution, and Section 7 has at least 11 points with 4 sub, which I am not going to take the time to read, but I ask members to take notice of it. No, Honorable Minister, you wouldn't expect me to know what the opposition is doing, so I don't know what they're doing. I have not received. I have not received.
Mr. Speaker, just on response, can I ask if the clerk notice of absence?
She was due to alert this presiding officer, and I've had no such message from the
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. There's been no permission for members of opposition not to attend the parliament here today.
Motion and confidence in the government to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown East.
The Honorable Member and Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move private members motion number 2 of 2022-2023, standing in my name, and it reads, be it therefore resolved that Parliament does declare full confidence in the government.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
While we usually have one seconder, it's not unheard of to have other seconders, and I call on the next seconder, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary and the elected member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to second the motion.
Question is, be it therefore resolved that Parliament does declare full confidence in the government. Is the Honorable Mover speaking thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank honorable members from East End and Savannah for seconding motion. Mr. Speaker, let's say good day to the people of the Cayman Islands, and in particular Bordentown East, visitors in the Strangers Gallery, invited friends, and the listening public by television or radio here in Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, or the sister islands and Little Cayman. This has been an eventful week, Mr. Speaker, and we can only imagine it's going to be an interesting weekend. I state the lyrics of one of my musical heroes when I thought I needed this, Garnet Silk. Lord, watch over my shoulder and help us live our words tomorrow. Let us not forget where we are from. Show us the way to go. And I pray this is not a cathartic experience. This is, Mr. Speaker, a very important day in the history of Parliament and politics in general, where the government of the day was compelled to file a confidence motion. And you may ask, what is a confidence motion? As some have never heard of this before. Some may have heard of a no confidence motion, but not much have heard of a confidence motion, especially happening here in these islands. But a motion of confidence is a motion of support proposed by a government in a parliament or other assembly of elected representatives to give members of parliament or such assembly a chance to register their confidence in their own government. I do not take this day lightly, Mr. Speaker, as I find no joy in having conflict with any Caymanian. And once again, Mr. Speaker, I find myself at this juncture in having to make a decision on whether to support an individual, a party, or my beloved country. And the scripture in Jeremiah 17:5 says, "Cursed is the one who trusts in man, who who depends on flesh for his strength. God tells me to support country. Mr. Speaker, I pray that it's appreciated that whenever country has needed me to be there for that calm, Mr. Speaker, I've always answered the call to support country. If I paraphrase the national song, Mr. Speaker, the national song itself reads, "Where'er my thoughts fly Godward, I always think of you." And in the chorus, my heart enshrines, in other words, idolize or admire or revere. My heart enshrines thee yet, whom land fair Cayman Isle, Cayman Isles, I cannot thee forget. Mr. Speaker, I cannot thee forget the Cayman Islands. It's about country for me, fellow members of Parliament. And yes, I defend the decision I've made, although unpopular to some in this honorable Parliament. It brings calm to this wonderful place we call home. But I am not here by chance, but by God's choosing. His hand formed me and made me the person I am. He compares me to no one else, I would say, yes, and I am one of the kind. And with him I lack nothing that his grace can't give me. He has allowed me to be here at this time in history to fulfill his special purpose for this generation. We only need to remember the Bible in David or Joshua, their unassuming roles. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that we maintain stability in this country. And Mr. Speaker, this is one of my main reasons for bringing this. Try to send something.
Is the member having difficulty with his microphone?
I don't know.
No, I'm hearing you now.
By the opposition working on it. But Mr. Speaker, this is one of my main reasons for bringing this motion. Having instability affects a country in many ways. It affects the economy, in that it increases uncertainty about future economic situations and policies. Mr. Speaker, as a former member of the opposition party and minister under the former administration, I believe I am uniquely qualified to assure and reassure this honorable Parliament this packed administration retains the confidence of the people of the Cayman Islands and myself in a personal and collective capacity. This confidence is critical to the stability and the future of the Cayman Islands. I therefore do not take today's motion lightly. I am grateful that our constitutional safeguards allow us to debate in this Parliament without recourse to violence or turmoil. I think we should reflect on Tuna Benn's quote. Tuna Ben quoted, "If democracy is destroyed in Britain, it will not be the communists, the Trotskyists, or the subversives, but this House which threw it away. The rights are entrusted to us, are not for us to give away. Even if I agree with everything that is proposed, I cannot hand away power lent to me for 5 years by the people of Chesterfield. I just could not do it. It would be theft of public rights." Mr. Speaker, the PAC government is providing an alternate way. They say when a man shows you himself, believe him. It is ironic that in 315 years since the British Parliament was established, there has only been 23 votes of no confidence in the motion. That's in 315 years. Yet, we are not even 2 years in, and the opposition is seeking a change. So, Mr. Speaker, we do not need this at this time. Mr. Speaker, whilst I have voted against myself already in this honorable House in the past, I wasn't proud of doing that at this time either. And we all know too well about that event. Mr. Speaker, I respect the determination this has given the PAC government and their resolve to keep going in spite of the many roadblocks that lay before them. And Mr. Speaker, they, like every government, they want to make this country a better place for Caymanians, for all Caymanians, not just some. Mr. Speaker, they are constantly discussing ways to ease the pain and make life better for our citizens, as you saw with the CUC initiative, food security initiatives, gender equality, affordable land purchase program, never done before, the housing initiative to build over 100 affordable homes, 4 times than any other government. As former Minister of Housing, I went at land purchases, and the now minister went at building more homes, and this shows how it works. Some water and some plant. As you can't do it all in one term, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we know inflation is worrying to the nation. Gas is up at the pumps, goods are up at the supermarkets, and we need to attack and manage this in a rapid manner. I also implore my PAC team to consider raising salaries for teachers again. They need to be paid more. The pandemic should have made us understand how valuable they are. Let's ensure our civil service are paid comparable salaries so we don't lose them to the private sector. Let's ensure that the government that prides themselves in being the most environmentally conscious, that we start the new waste to energy facility soonest, or ISWIMS as called. Let's ensure Cayman Brac gets their new high school. They deserve everything. We are a small island and won't have much. We don't have much land for our children's, so let's utilize our airspace. We need to investigate a train or a tram system. Not everyone needs a car that arrives here, Mr. Speaker. Let's focus on conflict resolution, training our boys and girls from primary school level. Mr. Speaker, this PAC team can deliver this. Let us be clear in laying out my case to my history in this term. I ran for office with the PPM group that now sits on the opposition side of the parliament. And they treated me well, I must admit. And I'm forever grateful for this. After the April elections in 2021, I think it's safe to say the former government failed to negotiate with the elected cohort in winning back control of the government. I spent the first 8 months on the opposition side, and then the Honorable Deputy Premier Saunders and Minister Ebanks of North Side used one of the old PPM tricks and publicly called me out, saying I could add great value to their team with my experience, and not just because I was former Minister of Health, Environment, Culture, and Housing, but also because they knew I care about Cayman and its people. I just want to note, Mr. Speaker, that during these negotiations for me to come over, Minister Bryan, member for Georgetown Central, and member for North Side, Minister Ebanks, didn't know that I had COVID and called me for a meeting. And I so gladly accepted. But I tried to warn them, and I think Minister J kind of caught on that I wasn't feeling too well, and he decided to have a meeting on the outside. So I want to thank them for coming all the way to Bordentown and showing interest in me. Mr. Speaker, as in all major things in my political life, I called an emergency public meeting in my constituency of Bordentown East. And in the end, my constituents thought it best for me to get things done. I needed to be around the table. So I respectfully left the opposition, whom I informed, the opposition of PPM, who called me a friend, but I am not sure if I am now. So, Mr. Speaker, when I first came over, if I'm being truthful, I saw a style of operation I had never seen before. I already knew the group was young and inexperienced and was some part of my reason for not joining when I initially was called. I recognize no government that I can remember was formed with more than 80% of its members whom had never been elected before or served as cabinet ministers. And I was like, what in the world did I get myself into? Just being honest, Mr. Speaker. I wondered how the Premier controlled such a vociferous bunch. In that man, I saw the greatest calm during a storm in the Premier, and I saw the exuberance of a group who were motivated to get things done for the regular common man whilst balancing all. I witnessed a group that had interrogation-style tactics of questioning any witness who came through the door and left no stones unturned, determined to change the status quo. Of course, I was frustrated in the start and didn't understand a lot going on. Then I remembered the Caymanian seamen who were teenagers and taking on the role in the world, leaving here as 16-year-olds, coming back home as captains, engineers, and chefs, and then were heroic women who had never managed a home by themselves, all of a sudden became mother and father and built the homes, educated our children, all on their own with funds sent home by the seamen, of whom I call my heroes. And I said, if they could do it, then this young team just needs some guidance. I said to myself, anything is possible when a Caymanian is in it. But Mr. Speaker, I should have said aloud, anything is possible with God in it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in Romans 13:1, it says, let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. So if the Bible says that, then why not respect the past government? And no government in the past or in the future will be perfect. Some will have more experience in this and that, but none will be perfect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the foundations of Cayman's comparative success is built, not demolishing our people, our economy, and society. We improve, enhance, and parlance with our words, but we do not play with the lives and livelihoods of people. We promote our political stability, yet today we have a motion from the opposition that could damage this perception simply because they have to accept our people have spoken. And the people that they chose found the 13 elected members the quickest. It's just that simple, Mr. Speaker. And although it was fortuitous, it is a numbers game, Mr. Speaker. Politics has proven over the years to be a game of numbers with the smartest, armed with the required numerical strength, wins the game. So it's a clear case of majority having their way and the minority having their say. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, success has a lot of mothers and failure has an orphan. And I get it, winning is key, but the numbers, I even tried helping them at one time, although in a clandestine manner, privately. Mr. Speaker, we have a government to run. We have a country to steer. We have children to educate and seniors to care for. And my support for this PAC government, therefore, comes from hope. But I despair knowing that the ship whose destination is the betterment of Cayman, Mr. Speaker, the cargo, the aspiration, and hard work for us, who this is home and place of business, must now be sunk to the bottom of depths of the ocean floor. Because of what, may I ask? I urge those who feel they're not being heard, call your representative. I outline your case and outline your case. Also, for those in the business community, I've spoken to the Honorable Premier, and he accepts that a reset was needed, and we need to ensure we listen to all, return all those phone calls, respond to all those queries and asks, and take into consideration the many desires, but of course, with a balance in protecting our precious environment. Mr. Speaker, congratulations, you first-time parliamentarians, ministers, and parliamentary secretaries. They say a day in politics is a long time, but you have now done 541 days. You are officially experienced. You have even had 2 hurricanes and an opening of a country after a pandemic. You have had your first budget experience and a confidence and a no confidence motion to address. Mr. Speaker, I now declare them experienced. In the end, politics is essentially a numbers game. Who has the greatest number wins the government. So if you can't find a way to master that or outsmart the other side, then you need to be patient and wait for an opportune time. As I mentioned earlier, I am uniquely qualified to move this motion. I have been on the government side, the opposition side, and sometimes on the fence itself. I'm just being honest. Keeping the peace between sides. After 3 terms being elected, and lastly, spent 4 years outside when my re-election campaigns were less than successful. Mr. Speaker, I quote Sir Isaac Newton, "Energy is never lost. It's just transferred to another party." Mr. Speaker, in 2017, I got the same public call over to come over on the other side. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have went if they didn't have enough to form the government. And again, I went for the good of country. They treated me well, and I appreciate that, as I've said many a time. And if the foot was on the other shoe, Mr. Speaker, I would do the same thing. If this came up in the 2017 to 2021 term, I would file a confidence motion and support the government for the good of country, Mr. Speaker. So many wonder and frown on what I'm doing here today. And see, even some of my own constituents may be wondering, but I can assure them that if your Bordentown East Member of Parliament, Dwayne S. Seymour, is at the table, you will get your share. As the good old icon Jimmy Cliff said, as sure as the sun shines, I'm going to get mine. For my people, even if that means that we need to put more pressure on in this vexing traffic problem that we have. I know there are more things that are needed in Bordentown, like a main road facelift, housing repairs, the Cowood Beach upgrade, Governor Russell Beach upgrade, toilets and cabanas, road repairs, flooding. Minister Jay has been helping me well with that. Member from Northside, additional hurricane shelter space, additional school space, affordable housing for people, shutters for the elderly, reviving the first capital and adding it to our tourism product, ease up the cost of living. But I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have my eye on that east-west arterial road being built. My people in the east need 1 more hour sleep, just like everybody else. Premier Panton, Deputy Premier Chris Sanders, Minister J.E. Banks, P.S. Rankin, and even Minister Turner and Prospect, and myself is working hard with the rest of the team to make this talked about matter become reality for our people. To the people of Bordentown East, I will continue to fight for the things that are most important to you without fear or trepidation. Yes, I am the voice of the voiceless and the face of the faceless. I hope all ministers just took note of the things that I just mentioned there. So when you stand up, I implore you to indicate to your staff to start working on these tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this government deserves a chance. At a time in the world that no one has ever seen, with 2 years and still going pandemic, and economies around the world so dim, the UK pound is the same value or thereabout as the Cayman dollar. And this PAC government is expected to be better than sliced bread. Mr. Speaker, they are trying their best. And some may say speed it up. And I say that may not all be up to them. These guys are not destination politicians, where quick results are always wanted. Mr. Speaker, I say to the listening public, everything has changed since this guy came around. The guy I'm talking about is COVID-19. This guy came into our lives. Things have changed. The whole world has changed. Mr. Speaker, I hope that no one ever questions my loyalty again to this country and to the group I signed up to support. And Mr. Speaker, they know I will speak up. I'm not afraid to voice my concerns and support. And if you don't do your job, I will first whisper silently to you. And if you all don't listen, I will call you out. Are you hearing this? Premier, you have the hardest job, and that to control all these independent thinkers who so brilliantly express themselves in color at times. I leave that job to you, Premier, sir. This politics is serious business, as you value every member on our team as equals. It may not be what you think was best, but this is a wake-up call for the PAC government to work best for this country, respond with haste, and listen with intent. Mr. Speaker, what is the purpose of coming to this honorable House with just 5 signatures? They should have ensured they had the 11 needed to take over. So let us not confuse or conflate the exercise of democracy with the mechanics of politicking. They're doing a good job at it. Mr. Speaker, thank you in advance for allowing me to exercise the rest of my democratic time to remind this honorable House where there's confidence in this PAC government. The motion did not say it's against the PAC government and not John John. So it's against all of us on this side. So I must defend the government. Mr. Speaker, the electorate thankfully sees, and more importantly, value the diversity of opinion and skill sets we bring to the table. No one will ever accuse us or mistake us for a band of yes men or yes women or marionettes. I will be honest, and I'm sure the Premier sometimes wishes we were not so vocal, but he appreciates our passion coming from wanting the best for our constituents and this country. The beauty of life does not depend on how happy you are, but on how happy others can be because of you. End quote. Mr. Speaker, before closing, I would like to say that although I am moving this motion in my name, it is a motion on the people's behalf. It is a motion that reaffirms their confidence that this is a people-driven, accountable, competent, and transparent government. To the people of the Cayman Islands watching this debate, I thank you for choosing the PAC government to navigate our ship. To my honorable colleagues, diversely on life's vast ocean, we sail carrying the hopes and love of our beloved Caymanian people. No captain can sail alone. A great captain understands they could not possibly operate their ship alone. No single person can do it, from all the steering the ship, navigating the course, and overseeing all essential ship operations. The good ship Cayman. The multiplicity or the diverse nature in our team. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to allow me to just mention all of the members in this honorable House, just to show the diversity of the group that we put together. So, Speaker, I have you, the Honorable McKeever Bush, father of the House, businessman, real estate mogul, and farmer. West Bay West. We have the Honorable Premier Wayne Panton, lawyer, businessman, captain. Vote. Newlands. We have the Honorable Deputy Premier Christopher Saunders, accountant, businessman, Bordentown West. We have Honorable Minister Juliana O'Connor Connolly, Cayman Brac East, a lawyer, educator, a farmer, my friend, my confidant, one of the smartest people I know. Thanks for your encouragement, Minister O'Connor Connolly. We have Honorable Minister Kenneth Bryan, businessman, finance, CTO chairman, Georgetown Central. We have the Honorable Minister Andre Ebanks, lawyer, West Bay South. We have the Honorable Minister J. Ebanks, businessman, farmer, fisherman, North Side. Minister Sabrina Turner, businesswoman, healthcare prospect. I just want to confirm, Mr. Speaker, I did not confirm all of these accolades that I'm actually putting on them. I'm somehow guessing, I guess. I think I'm not far off. Minister Bernie Bush, Honorable Minister Bernie Bush, a businessman, aviation and sport expert. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Permanent Secretary Kathy Wilkes Ebanks, a lawyer, women's rights advocate for fairness and equal rights. You make me proud every day. West Bay Central has a great defender. Honorable PS Ms. Heather Borden, businesswoman, philanthropist, Savannah. PS Isaac, the Honorable Isaac Rankin, East End, businessman, engineer, and preacher. Mr. Speaker, myself, the unassuming one. Someone else can name what they think of me. Well, Mr. Speaker, Mother Teresa said, "You have never really lived until you have done something for someone who can never repay you." Means a lot to me, Mr. Speaker. God bless the people of this country. God bless our parliament. God bless our civil servants. God bless our families. God bless my family. God bless the church. God bless the people of Bordentown East. I thank you all so much. As I wrap up now and use only my first speech and not the second one, as I have in my back pocket, just in case any interruption had came. But I thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless these honorable Cayman Islands.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The member for East End.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure how I can follow that, sir. Mr. Speaker, it is with deep humility and a sense of pride that I rose a short moment ago to second this private member's motion number 2, 2022-23, motion of confidence in this packed government, which was moved and debated by my honorable friend and colleague, the member from Bordentown East. As a fairly new member of this honorable parliament, I can say without reservations that I, along with the constituents of East End, whom I'm honored to have represented for the last year and a half, have seen firsthand the success of the PAC administration since taking office. I'm also heartened by the support I've received from my colleagues in this honorable house, as well as members of the civil service, as we all work together to improve the lives of our fellow Caymanians and residents of these beloved islands. For reasons I will soon outline, I confidently give my support to the motion of full confidence to the government of the Cayman Islands. I am fully supportive of the Premier as leader of this team of independent thinking public servants, a group with diverse backgrounds as outlined by my honorable colleague earlier, who are united in the mission of creating a better quality of life for our people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to again thank the Honorable Premier for placing his confidence in me, giving me the opportunity to serve in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, and also to the Ministry of Home Affairs. To this end, I would also like to thank the Honorable Minister J.E. Banks, Minister, the Honorable Bernie Bush, and Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Sabrina Turner, as well as other ministers and their staff, particularly those who impact the ministries in which I serve. We all work together in the best interest of the Cayman Islands, even when we sometimes view things from different perspectives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please also permit me to take a brief moment to extend special gratitude to the chief officers, deputy chief officers, heads of departments, and staff in all the ministries for the conscientious work over the past year and a half in progressing a number of the government's broad outcomes for this packed government. Special thanks must be reserved for my constituents in East End, Mr. Speaker, for their generous support since I was elected. It remains a great honor to represent them here, and today I reaffirm my commitment in striving to be the best representative for them and to keep working tirelessly to ensure that East End remains a model constituency. During the election, I made a commitment to my constituents that should they find it fit to elect me to this high office, I would do my endeavor best to ensure that the District of East End was no longer regulated as a default on the opposition benches. For far too long, the District of East End was a back burner district, and as a result, improvement seems out of reach for us. Since taking office, I can say without hesitation that my PAC colleagues in their respective areas have ensured that I'm able to fulfill that promise to my constituents of bringing my constituency to the front burner again. The passion, dedication, and inspiration I receive from the group of men and women who currently surround me here on this side of the house make me proud to call them my government colleagues. In spite of the challenges we face day to day, we remain committed and dedicated to helping each other and by extension, making the lives for the people of the Cayman Islands easier. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason I'm proud to be a part of a government made up of a diverse group of independent thinking leaders, a strong team working towards better political representation based on our agreed pact principles, people-driven, accountable, competent, and transparent. For my constituency and the wider Cayman Islands, the improvements that I will outline in my contribution represents a fraction of the larger part of this administration. By presenting my constituency as a microcosm, I'm sure the listening public will see the bigger picture for what this PAC administration is aiming to do in our term in office. Thus, Mr. Speaker, my contribution today serves two purposes. The first, to underscore my support and confidence in our PAC government, and secondly, to provide an update to the residents of East End on what the government has been doing for them. Mr. Speaker, before I highlight some of the work that has been done in East End over the past year, I would like to commend the Honorable Minister for Planning and Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, Honorable J.E. Banks, for all the hard work that has been accomplished under his leadership over the past year and a half. The ministry has made much success and progress in a number of key areas, including supporting the agriculture sector to enhance food and nutrition security, investing in young Caymanians through training and development programs, increasing the number of affordable housing, and improving the road infrastructure to ensure the successful future of our islands. As it relates to agriculture, Mr. Speaker, we are thankful that we are only lightly brushed by Hurricane Ivan, not Ivan, that's still in our memory. Hurricane Ian 2 weeks ago. The $3 million grant the PAC government provided to farmers under the Tropical Grace Assistance Project has benefited the farmers tremendously and placed them in a position to repair their farms and return to production earlier this year. We are therefore relieved that Hurricane Ian did not set them back again, as that would have been a big blow for them and for our islands. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture has been focused on the island's food security, and I cannot underscore enough the importance of this approach given the challenges many countries, including the Cayman Islands, are facing due to the COVID-19 pandemic and other issues that has impacted global food supply chain. The Honorable Minister and the team in the ministry, and along with members of the private sector, has been engaging in regional discussions and have made some concrete arrangements with the aim to ensure accessibility to high quality food from other sources, while at the same time strengthening and modernizing the local agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that we can all agree that for the countries within the region to mitigate the current global challenges, we all have to work closely together to share resources and solutions so we can pave the way forward. Given the region's climate and environment, Mr. Speaker, we have the capacity to produce much of the food we consume. I believe that the collaboration and growth in trade, in agriculture produce, and other inputs between Cayman Islands and neighboring countries can be viable. The ministry has also provided support to the Cayman Islands Agriculture Society. Through this support, the society has already completed 2 successful importations of cattle to upgrade the livestock sector. The team in the ministry has informed me that they are acquiring cattle that best suits our local conditions, including the Jamaican Red Pole breed, which has been requested by our farming communities. Mr. Speaker, the ministry through the Department of Agriculture has ensured that all regulatory requirements are met to safeguard against possible introduction of pests and diseases that could impact the health of local livestock population. Mr. Speaker, it will be of no surprise that as the representative of the largest farming district, I firmly support any assistance and support that the government can create and provide for our farmers. I understand just how important our farming industry is, and I wish to take this opportunity to publicly thank the Department of Agriculture ably led by Mr. Adrian Eswick and supported by the Minister for their commitment in supporting our farmers. I must also commend the department for the training that they've been providing for the agriculture sector. In May this year, the department delivered a home gardening course designed to provide homeowners with the skills to have successful home gardens. Some of the topics covered included the introduction to vegetable gardening, crop nutrition and irrigation, principles of pest management, home garden safety, harvesting and post-harvesting handling. Home gardens, Mr. Speaker, are a perfect way for our families to reduce their food bills, improve nutrition, and supplement income, and are therefore a key component of our draft food and nutrition security plan. Mr. Speaker, the demand for the home gardening course was so high that the department will be hosting similar sessions in the near future. Also, just 2 months ago, the department collaborated with the Scientific Research Council of Jamaica to deliver a highly successful agro-processing course for Caymanians to learn about the production, development basics for jam and jellies, sauces, seasoning blends, and other products. Training of this nature is of great significance in the context of value-added products being regarded as a means to transform agriculture into a profitable endeavor for our farmers. Mr. Speaker, as you know, many of our farmers often face the challenge of periodic production gluts, which lowers prices and limit their ability to sell their crops. Through this training, they will be able to convert this excess into something that can be stored for later sale or transformed into a new range of products that can be sold at a better price. This training also for Caymanians will provide them with opportunities to expand linkages with the tourism sector through the production of unique products that visitors can take home as souvenirs from our islands. As I touch on the topic of training for Caymanians, I also want to move to the apprenticeship training program, which is led by the Ministry's Public Works Department, also ably led by Mr. Troy Worms. Earlier this year, I attended PWD's inaugural skills training competition aimed at showcasing the skills of the students in the program and creating awareness about technical, vocational education and training, TVET, in the Cayman Islands. A wealth of talent displayed by the trainees as they competed in the areas of electrical installation, carpentry, masonry, air conditioning and refrigeration gave me great pride and confidence in recognizing that we have a bright future within our TVET sector. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the team at Public Works Department for establishing this inaugural skills training competition. They have taken on the responsibility to promote the careers of young Caymanians, not only through the mentorship of interns from high school, but through proper technical training that will lead to an internationally recognized City and Guilds London certification. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, I joined the Honorable Minister and the Ministry team at an orientation session of new trainees and the opening of a new simulation lab to support their training. I was particularly pleased to learn that the trainees enrolled in the construction trades program designed and renovated the building that houses the simulation lab, and I just want to congratulate them and the instructors for their hard work and encourage them to continue to strive for excellence. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a part of this government that is supportive in the expansion of technical and vocational training across our islands, and one that will continue to provide as many opportunities as possible for our Caymanians. I'm also proud to be part of a government that is committed to investing in the road infrastructure of our islands while actively seeking to find alternatives to solve our transportation and mobility challenges. The road infrastructure, traffic, and housing are some of the pressing issues affecting my constituents in East End. Traffic is a number one concern, and just this morning, I had a WhatsApp message from a constituent who expressed her dissatisfaction with the wait time in the traffic from East End to Georgetown. It's a concern for the residents of these islands for a long time. And I too understand the difficulties and complaints from my people in East End, and I also understand how this issue affects the quality of life. I want to reassure them that the ministry and the government is working on solutions to address these challenges. I also know that the Minister of Tourism and Transport is also desirous of finding solutions to these traffic issues, and it is my intention to work closely with him so that East End will be beneficiary of these solutions as well. The Honorable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure will highlight the main road infrastructure projects being undertaken across Grand Cayman, but I'll touch on those that are taking place or affects us in East End. Phase 1, East-West Arterial. This road from Hearst to the Woodland Drive area is at 65% design, with most of the base work completed up to 4 feet. Phase 2, East-West Arterial. The tender process for the environmental impact assessment consultant is complete, and that consultant has started work in September on the 12 to 16 months long study. Crew Road, Hurley Marion Boulevard. This segment between Grand Harbor and Red Bay roundabouts is now 90% complete. NR is now focused on now widening both sides of the corridor between Grand Harbor and CUC roundabouts. It is our hope, Mr. Speaker, that once these improvements are completed, it will further make our morning and evening commute to and from East End more bearable. In addition to those road projects, the National Road Authority has also been undertaking other works which would benefit the Eastern districts, and some of the specific East End road upgrades carried out include road shoulder rehabilitation works at Queens Highway, Austin Conley Drive, and Seaview Drive. Some district road upgrades also took place on Tangelo Lane, Knott Street, one of our farming roads, Sierra Little Bluff, Welcome Way, Fiddler's Way, and Sterling Lane. Over this financial year, the NRA will also be continuing the upgrade of the guardrail program, speed bump installations, and also other island-wide district roads improvement program. And to this end, I need to also mention, Mr. Speaker, that the NRA has completed additional drain wells in East End to mitigate any flooding issues we may see now or in the near future. In housing, I am pleased to report that the National Housing Development Trust has completed 7 more affordable homes, and which will soon be handed over to the assigned homeowners. The trust is already in the planning phase for further projects in East End and the rest of the islands, and I want to encourage young Caymanians, especially East Enders, to visit the NHDT offices to learn more and sign up for applications when more opportunities become available. I'm also encouraged that the PAC government is focused on providing more housing opportunities than previous administrations for Caymanians. Again, the Honorable Minister for Housing will soon outline this in further details in his contribution. Mr. Speaker, I pledge my support to the Minister and his team at the National Housing Development Trust on these projects, as well as work to revise the affordable housing policy to create a new strategy that will meet the demands of our Caymanian people. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, in support of plans to improve the East End community, works have been undertaken by the Ministry's Facilities Management Department at the William Allen McLaughlin Civic Center. To date, new flooring, new ceiling air conditioning unit and the ducting, the installation of a new stage, as well as interior and exterior painting have all been completed. The installation of the electric vehicle charging station, as well as the installation of a new grease trap system for the kitchen has also been completed. Paving at the William Allen McLaughlin Civic Center has also been completed, and works continues on the bathroom renovations. I'm also pleased to report that the roof repairs are about to commence. Other upcoming works at the William Allen McLaughlin Civic Center include upgrades to the landscaping and the transformation of the bathroom facilities to be American Disabilities Association compliant. And we shall not forget Gun Bay, sir. For the Elliott Conley Civic Center in Gun Bay, the following works have also been completed. Facilities equipped with new appliances, addition of chairs and tables, LED lighting upgrades, entry door replacement, resurfacing and marking of the base basketball court, and installation of basketball backboard and hoops. Mr. Speaker, the facilities team in the department is confident that during this financial term, there will be a number of other updates in this and other civic centers, including works on the interior for the installation of video and audio equipment, installation of security alarm systems, installation of automatic security lighting around the property. These enhancements will make it safer for the members of this Eastern community and other communities to use these facilities safely. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to inform that I'm working in partnership with the Minister of Sports, Youth, Culture, the Honorable Bernie Bush, and his team on the following areas. First, to upgrade and enhance the sports facility in East End, which will not only benefit my constituents, but the country on a whole. We are discussing how we can bring this facility to international sporting standards. And the plan is to include new infrastructure such as restrooms, a walking track, and other ancillary facilities. Secondly, to introduce cultural features and awareness unique to the District of East End to the members of our community. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to ongoing collaboration with Minister Bush and his team on various other projects relevant to his subject matter. Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Department has also been undertaking works in East End. Notably, the Colliers Beach dock. They're seeking to reinstate the damaged dock structure, and to this end, a structural assessment have been completed and the subsequent bathymetric survey completed as well. The Gun Bay boat ramp and restroom facility, the design work has been completed, plan and approval is pending, and the BCU permitting application is also pending. The Heritage Field dock and boat ramp. This will be redeveloped similarly to the Bordentown Cowood Beach dock. We deserve no less in East End. Working with the Department of Environment to establish swimming areas on both public beaches in the district. This would also enhance it for residents as well as our visitors to our district. Mr. Speaker, I'm also going to touch on some improvements to the Eastern Primary School. During the delivery of my budget address, I acknowledged and highlighted the continued dedication of the Minister of Education, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor-Conley, and I'm sure that I speak on behalf of the entire House, at least those on this side, once more when I say that what I've said many times in private, that the future of our hands, the future of our students, which we refer to as her students, are surely in safe hands. The Minister has been steadfast and a lifelong educator who, without question, ensures that the education of our students is not a political matter. I want to thank the Minister and her team at the Ministry and the Department of Education for their continued support to our students. I'm pleased to report that under this PAC administration and under the experience and wise stewardship of the Minister of Education, the following projects have been completed at Eastern Primary School. Extension of the reception playground through the construction of a retaining wall, backfilling of the area, and installation of artificial turf. Repairs to perimeter fencing and gates, repairs and adjustments to the perimeter concrete block wall to improve visibility at the road junction, changing of the extractor fan hood on the roof of the new block above the kitchen, removal and retiling of the walls in the girls' bathroom, external painting to several walls, repairs of the fascia board and guttering are just a few of the items that have been done at Eastern Primary School. I'm also pleased to report that other infrastructure projects planned for the Eastern Primary School include major repairs to the kitchen roof, construction of a security guard house, installation of security fencing, and the acquisition of a school intercom system. Mr. Speaker, again, during my budget address, I mentioned that with the support of this PAC government, one of the first acts was to purchase acreage for the construction of a new facility for our seniors. The plan then involved as additional land was purchased and a project aimed at affordable housing lots was included. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to confirm today that this government, of which I'm proud to be a part of, has made further progress towards the implementation of the Affordable Residential Land Lot Program. Caucus and Cabinet has reviewed and approved a tentative design and funding for the project. A working group has been established to finalize the launch of the program, which is anticipated in early 2023. Mr. Speaker, this project, a first of its kind in our jurisdiction, and perhaps the Caribbean, will focus on Caymanians who wish to own their own parcel of land, construct their own house, and as such, not connected to the Affordable Homes Program. This program is anticipated to fill a gap which we all see today, where in short, Caymanians cannot afford to purchase their own land, purchase land in their own country, whether it be to hold for a child or grandchild or for themselves to build a home. Mr. Speaker, the government will utilize existing Crown lands in each district and on each of our islands, where we will create residential land lot subdivisions. The subdivisions will include the necessary road infrastructure and utilities to allow the Caymanians to purchase these residential lots at an affordable price. Mr. Speaker, we anticipate having over 40 lots available for sale to Caymanians in this pilot program. We envisage a fully integrated community that will have house lots for sale, lots on which the Ministry of Investment, Innovation and Social Development can build much needed multi-family social housing, lots for the National Housing Development Trust to construct affordable homes, a lot for commercial use, a lot for community center, a central park and other green space, and a lot for general parking, because this community will be immediately across the road from a brand new public beach, which will be opening in the coming months. This community will also include the new older persons home in East End on a 2-acre parcel. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we will be fully launching the program in 2023 and will be providing further details at that time. But for the completeness of thought, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to also inform the Parliament that the Ministry of Social Development is set to begin the design phase in 2023 for this new seniors' home. I'm sure this will come as a great relief to many of our older residents who may require such services in the future. I'm sure I'll probably be one of those. This too was a priority for my constituency during the last election. As I begin to draw near to the end of my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I want to briefly touch on a key area of focus for me as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs. The wider scope of Home Affairs include emergency dispatch, communications, and national THCT surveillance systems, the detention and rehabilitation of offenders through multi-agency offender management principles, provision of disaster relief and humanitarian aid services, and delivery of fire and rescue services within the aerodrome, domestic and maritime domains. While the minister will give more details on these plus more in her contribution, I wish not to steal her thunder, I'm happy to give a brief outline on a development pilot program that is moving ahead and something I strongly support. You see, Mr. Speaker, like other members in this honorable house, my constituency is home to a fairly large number of older and aging residents. Under the leadership of the Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Sabrina Turner, and in conjunction with the Minister of Investment, Innovation and Social Development, I can proudly say that a pilot program is in the development stages for a medical device alert system that will be used to keep our aging population safe within our communities. The program aims is to assist by exploring, testing, and possibly monitoring of using a non-intrusive monitoring system that can be installed in homes and also on elderly persons to remotely alert their caregivers or any responding agencies. This initiative can increase elderly independence, save lives, and possibly reduce government spending. Mr. Speaker, under this government, our districts are getting comprehensive and holistic upgrades from a government that has been purpose-driven on making changes supported by the Deputy Governor and the rest of the civil service. On the things that I have mentioned that benefits my constituency, I think it's worth emphasizing that what I have articulated here today does not even begin to scratch the surface of what we have achieved as a PAC government. While my other colleagues will elaborate on more achievements in their contribution, it is for the reasons that I have outlined, and also why I can so confidently lend my support to the motion of full confidence in the government of the Cayman Islands. I can also offer my full support to the Premier as leader of this team of independent thinking public servants, a diverse group who are united in the mission of creating a better quality of life for all Caymanians and for the people of these islands. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this House to vote in favor of the motion of full confidence in the government of the Cayman Islands. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless this honorable Parliament, and God bless these Cayman Islands.
I think that it's an appropriate time to take a suspension at this time until it's 12:22. Until 1:30. The House shall suspend until 1:30.